So here what we will try to see is the speed and reliability of the locking process, the encrypting process. So I set up the reader, I set up lockskin in the background in that shell. I always try to read it first. It says Mauro. We will now reconnect the reader and run lockskin. And then we will try to count how many seconds it takes to fully lock down. Give it a second. It's now listening. It opens a listener and will lock anything that you place on its reach. It won't stop after one locking cycle. It will try to encrypt as much as possible. And it is. In just a fraction of a second, it was able to write that ransom note. And automatically the reader recognizes it as locked and puts the ransom note. So, in theory, on the big machine with a big reader, it works. It's now time to test it on the doorknob. And here comes yet another problem. If any of you have worked with ESP32 or 8266 in the past, you might know that there's, aside from the memory limitations, we have another problem. How to access the microcontroller. There's two ways. One, via USB cable. You use an application like Screen or anything and you connect to it and dump the contents. It's like a debug mode. But the USB port is being used by a battery because we need to power these things up. So that's not an option. The second one is that we have a Wi-Fi connection. There's a Wi-Fi chip inside the ESP32 and 8266. But in order to access it, you need to write a sort of API. And I was running super out of space. I didn't have space to place MicroPython, lockskin, and also to draft an API to access. So I ended up doing something kind of nasty, which is the last encryption cycle will be saved to a TXT file. Only the last one, because we don't have more space. And we'll connect via Wi-Fi to an endpoint called dash last or last log, I can't remember, and it will just cut the file to the one requesting it. So you will be able to see that the implant got encrypted. But there's no way, unless you have physical access, to actually interact with the locker. This is something I will work on a newer version. Let me show you. Before jumping to this demo, let me explain you what's happening on here. This is my beautiful laboratory door. And on the terminal that you see on top, that is pasted on, I wrote a small Ruby script that we will just do like wget or curl, CURL, to the ESP32 to see if there's something written on the last log. When I place the hand, it should encrypt and tell, okay, yeah, I have a last running cycle that went through, and these are the output messages. It will try to run 10 times. Picaporte means doorknob. It will try to contact the port. And you see that it's still trying. I try a little bit, I fiddle with it, and there it is. It sent, sorry, no, it didn't send it. It wrote the last log from the locking process to the ESP memory. And a MicroPython API will just fetch that file and say, yay, this is the last running cycle I had. As you can see, this doesn't have color, it doesn't have full information, because I try to fit as much as possible in such a super small space that actually it worked, but it has a lot of functions that have been cropped out of this final micro version. And so with this was all fun and logs until we have to decrypt these things. And when we jump into this part was when we found out that we had actually broke out a lot of tags, not implants, just tags. Because the function we wrote was hard to reverse back. We ended up calling it a day and discarding the tags, but luckily no implants were harmed during this experiment. So we created a decryptor for lockskin, which actually just sends raw NFC commands to decrypt it back. So if you have implants and a friend who is not so used to do good jokes and encrypts you, there's always a way back to decrypt it. We are not using any hashing or proprietary function. We just place the password in row, just the number, so you will always be able to decrypt whatever this kind of monstrosity does to you. So in this case, we place 1, 2, 3, 4, and you see that the authentication command is always 1B, and the code for 1, 2, 3, 4, and the reset command to reset the implant. That's it. You just run the recryptor. Let's say 9944. Saying once again, authentication command is 1B 39393434, and the reset command, which is kind of universal for this. You can use any application to unlock lockskin, because again, we are not using any proprietary function. You will be able to always go back for the damage done. Of course, don't try this on something that you are not willing to lose in case something goes wrong, because anything can go wrong. Your writer could just mess up in the middle, something could get disconnected, any component could get fried in the middle of the process. So use it on something that you're not looking forward, but that you are accepting to lose. And you can even place it as a small, on certain applications, as a small app or small command, and you can always bring it back to life this way. Now, what have we learned about this? Aside that I should not show off anything any longer on my house. New threats. These innovations brings always new attack surfaces. If someone invents something, there's always someone behind that person that will try to play with it, break it, or repurpose it. And this is actually something good. New technologies. We are not quite fond of using AI ourselves. We don't quite jump into that train so far. Not bashing on it, just we don't quite like it. But honestly, all the reverse engineering process was super accelerated by comparing the memory dumps from different implants using this AI model. We actually liked it, and it actually changed a little bit how we see AI to be used on this. And new precautions. When you exit, do not use that doorknob. Just push the door with the foot. I hope that you have liked this talk. I know that there are a lot of things to improve. On next versions, we know that some people place
decently and kind of how to just the static and the dynamic.
When dealing with implants, always password. This is the dangerous area. We should not someplace between these ones. That. So it costs money. Every time you touch this costs money.
I had the same experience. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? All right. Well, hey, thank you guys. Let's give another round of applause here for Mario Eldritch.
Thank you, everyone.
That is a killer way to start day one, talk one of B-Sides Las Vegas. This is truly cutting edge stuff. If this sets the tone for the rest of the con, I am super stoked. Guys, we got about 5-10 minutes until the next talk comes in. Go out, get some water, stretch, make a new friend, and everybody enjoy B-Sides 2025. Thank you. Welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas 2025. How's everybody feeling? There we go. I like those woos. Makes me feel good. Without explicit permission from anybody who's in the frame, just a reminder though, this is being live streamed and recorded. It's going to be put on YouTube, so you can gather it there. Now, first thing we like to thank our sponsors. We're going to go with the diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido. And our gold sponsors is going to be Dropzone AI and Profit. Their support, along with the donors and volunteers, make this event possible. Let's see.
Thank you. He was moving it because it was making the screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We're getting some last-minute tech stuff handled.
Go for it. Yeah, you can keep going.
What's that?
You can keep going.
Now, guys, kicking off this session is somebody who knows exactly what it takes to grab a mic and crush your very first talk. Phil Young, better known as the Soldier of Fortran. He's been with B-Sides Las Vegas since 2012, where he gave his first talk. Since then, he's mentored countless speakers, coached voices at B-Sides and Black Hat, and built mainframe penetration testing programs for Fortune 500 companies. With expertise in everything from RACF to IMF, he is a force in the world of mainframe security, and today he's here to help you bring your ideas to life on stage. Please join me, give me a huge B-Sides welcome to Phil Young, the Soldier of Fortran.
Morning. Still, I know I'm the last. I'm keeping you. I think there's a talk after this one, right? I think so. Anyways, so this talk came about. I live in San Diego, and the local group there has talks once a month, and so I gave a talk. I do a lot of CFP reviews, and I remember the first time I submitted a talk was bad, bad, just rejections across the board. It took me a while. The only place I would take it was B-Sides in their you need help program that I now run, right? And so after that, I was at Black Hat ShmooCon, and writing a CFP is kind of an art, but it's also very scary if you've never done it before. There's lots of guidance, but there's also too much guidance, and everyone has their own take on it. So this is my take as a CFP review person at B-Sides. The last time we had a talk like this was 2016, and it was a panel about CFP, just a panel. So I wanted something a little more structured that sort of walks you through what to expect, what a CFP is, all those things. So like I said, I'm the chair for Proving Ground. If you've never, ever given a talk before, submit to that track. Great program for first-time speakers. I also am a reviewer for B-Sides Singapore. I'm a Black Hat speaking coach. I'm actually speaking at Black Hat on Wednesday, and then again at DEF CON on Sunday. If you're looking at it, yes, it is at Sunday, 10 a.m. So there will be probably less people there than there are here in this room right now. All right? But that's fine because it'll be on video and it'll get 1,000-something views. All righty. So you want to give a talk, right? Why? Why would you want to do that? That's a terrifying proposition for some people, right? Why would you do that? There's a bunch of reasons why you want to do that. You've got a cool new tool that you developed. You spent 6 months solving a problem and developing a tool, and you want people to know about it. You learned so much figuring out how to do that you want to teach other people so they can stand on your shoulders. Great. You like giving talks, right? I was a theater major in high school. I did improv. I like being up on stage, right? I'm not a good actor, so this is what I do, okay? You like giving talks. There's something that people should know. Like they said, I do mainframe talks, right? Mainframes are systemic platforms that drive the economy, drive airlines, logistics, trains, governments. Nobody was talking about them, and they weren't as secure as people thought. So I had to start talking about it because no one would, right? So there's a thing you're worried about. I call those awareness talks. The thing you're worried about, It's time to get the awareness about it. You want to share your novel research. You're thinking, like again, like the mainframe, why is no one talking about this? This is terrible. Guess what? You're the one that's going to talk about it. Right? That's just how it works. Let's see. You want to improve your personal brand. Gross. Okay? Don't give a talk just to improve your personal brand. It's a side effect, but don't do it just to improve your personal brand. I love this one. You're the person who says, actually, it's more of a comment than a question. If you're that guy or gal, just come up here and give a talk, okay? If you have more opinions than questions about a topic, you should be up here being the person that has to listen to someone say, actually, I have a comment, not a question. Oh, this one's good. You think I suck, and you could do better. You probably could, right? That's probably, right? But you won't know until you're up here doing the talk. So whatever the reasons are, right? These are just like some dumb examples. There's a million reasons why you want to be up here, right? But so it's all kinds of reasons. But it's scary, right? It's super scary. The worst thing, so like, let's talk about the CFP process. The CFP process is pretty much the same across around the world. Most CFPs are volunteer run, right? Now I'm not talking about like an IEEE symposium. I don't know, those people might be paid to do reviews, right? But for the most part, all of the reviewers here at BSides, DEF CON, Black Hat, it's a volunteer thing because we love doing it, right? It's RSA and Black Hat do have some vendor tracks. So those are tracks where you just pay to play. There might be some mild CFP reviewing, but like if anyone ever remembers the talk from like 5-6 years ago about time AI about crypto, like AI was inventing new crypto and something, it was all garbage. It was a vendor talk at Black Hat, right? So it's really a passion for lots of us. I know there's a few CFP reviewers here in the room, and so it really is just a passion project for us. When they want to pick a talk, right? When you want to pick a talk to give, we call that a CFP process. It's called call for papers. I have never seen someone submit a white paper to call for papers. It's just a holdover from like academia where that's what it's called because you literally submit your paper. But in like places like BSides, please don't submit a paper. We're not gonna read like 70-page dissertation for a 45-minute talk, all right? Don't do that. Okay, lots of places have different processes for CFPs. Some of them use Google Sheets, right? Actually, BSides used to use Google Sheets, okay? Some of them use a platform like Pretalk or Sessionize. Sessionize is great. Like BSides uses Pretalk. Pretalk is also good. But Sessionize is cool where you submit your talk to a con, you get rejected, or it was a small room, it wasn't recorded. You can literally resubmit it to any con you want to submit it to, right? And then Black Hat and those things, they have their own thing. And then DEF CON uses SharePoint now, like forms. So 20,000 person conference using forms. Okay, they all have the same requirements that we're going to talk through. You got your talk title, your abstract, your outline, your bio, and then some of them have bonus things that you got to do. Typically it takes 3 to 4, like typically they open 3 to 4 months before the con. You have a large window to submit it. Notifications go out about 1 to 2 months before the con. One conference that's in the mainframe space, you get 5 days. They open the CFP and then they close the CFP. So you got to be on it, right? Nothing precludes you from pre-writing it beforehand and then submitting it when the window opens. Rejections usually follow notifications. Some conferences have backup speakers, all kinds of stuff. The review board is made up of people like me, 5 to 10 experts. Sometimes they're not experts in your specific field, but we kind of know what makes a good talk, right? They all read the submissions and all that stuff. And then what happens After all those reviews come in, the track chairs will aggregate all the scores and tell you, hey, this is no good, or nah, I don't want to pick this talk. And then they pick all the talks based on the scores. And we just sort it by highest ranking to lowest. And then we go through, and then we just do it once over, make sure it makes sense. So is it scary submitting a CFP? Yeah, it is super scary the first time you do it. Okay? The first time you do it, it is super scary. After that, it's not such a big deal. Why? So what is this? I have a prize that I brought from Comic-Con. It was free, so don't. But like, it's a fan. But so I'll ask, so you submit your CFP. What is the worst thing that can happen after you submit your CFP? I heard they laugh at you. They don't give you any feedback. They say no. You're all very close. Your talk could be accepted. That is the most terrifying part, because now you actually got to do it. Okay? Like, you got to make slides and content and all that stuff. Okay, let's talk about the sections. This is the most, if you get anything out of this talk, this is the most important part of the talk. This talk may go a little long, but it's important you understand the sections of a CFP. They're not explained very well. You get to one and they're like, I need an abstract. And you're like, what's that? Right? I need an outline. What does that look like? So I'm going to walk you through those, and hopefully you'll start thinking like, oh, okay, I know what to do now. The title. The title should be, let's see, what did I put there? Should be less than 75 characters, can be longer, right? So long as it's real good, right? But it doesn't need to be super long. This sort of serves as your your first impressions on someone, right? This is the first thing they're going to see when they open up your CFP, right? And so if your title is super boring or super dry, that can sometimes go like, I don't know, what am I getting into, right? But also, if it's too memed up, I'm also like, oh, I don't know, what am I in for, right? So it's a little balancing act. Let's see, so here's some examples of a bad one. This is a bad one. Buffer overflows in gaming. It's fine, right? But what could this talk be about? Anybody want to guess? Right? Like, it could be about anything. Now I got to go read the abstract. I don't have time for that. Well, in the conference, right? You answered the yes, right? Yeah, okay. So that's a bad title. A better title is this, right? Koopas and Fireballs, Nintendo Switch buffer overflows using Yoshi and Rock, right? Much more descriptive. It's fun. It's a little funny, right? Now people are like if the previous talk if you didn't know it was about Nintendo Switch, probably wouldn't go. But now you're like, oh dang, it's about the Switch. I got one of those. I'm gonna go watch this talk, right? Here's one. This is an example from Black Hat, right? It's catchy. It's kind of funny. It's a little long, right? This is a very long title. I'm not gonna read it. I don't have time. But this is the kind of examples of good titles. Okay, now the most important part. Now we're going to talk about the abstract. This is your marketing, your talk. Okay? You shouldn't give away all your content. Why would I go to a talk when I've already read the entire abstract, right? Also, a lot of cons put word limits in here. So even if you wanted to go 9 pages of abstract, you can't, because they limit you to like 500 words or something like that, right? But this is the marketing for your talk. At a conference like this, there are 5 tracks, 6 counting Sky Talks. You are competing against all those other talks, okay? So how do you get people to come to your room? It is through your abstract. This abstract will be published on the conference website. It is like a book, like that's the back of a book blurb about your talk, right? Or like a movie, the quick movie review on like IMDb that tells you what's happening but doesn't give away the plot, right? You kind of want to leave a little bit of mystery, but people should know what they're going to be in for when they see your talk, right? And then the same things, right? If you go away and come back to your abstract, would you want to watch that talk, right? All right. At a minimum, you need to cover what the talk is about, why people should attend your talk, what's novel about it, the call to action, what cool shit they're gonna see, right? Demos, are you gonna have demos or not? People wanna know that. Are you releasing a new tool? But be careful about this, because we get a lot of tool talks, and sometimes we're like, this tool talk could be a lightning talk that's 15 minutes long, right? So like, you immediately need to make sure it's not, I'm gonna talk about this tool I made, I'm gonna talk about this research I did into this protocol that resulted in this tool, okay? And then you need at least 3 takeaways, right? After this talk, attendees will be able to get the fastest speed runtime in Super Mario World for the SNES. Cool, I know now when I sit in this talk, I know what I'm gonna get out of it, right? That's the whole point. So this is an example from Black Hat. A friend of mine, Lydia, who's on the Black Hat review board, she gave a very similar talk at Black Hat, and she gave me her slides, so I stole this from her slides. Right, with consent, she said I could do that. So, here's your hook, right? This is how you get like, oh, damn, this is an interesting talk. Then you get your selling points. And then, like it's an elevator pitch, right? You have your hook, your selling points, and then whoops, that did not need to show up. So then you get your lessons. That's the attendees will learn X, Y, and Z, right? This was supposed to spin in, but I guess my animation didn't turn on. Please, 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 do not use Gen AI for any of your CFP up front. You can use it to review your CFP. That's totally fine. We can tell. In fact, one of my buddies who's on the CFP review board for Proving Ground reviewed and was like, how many of the, like, I've already commented like 5 times that this was written by AI. We can tell, right? You all can tell, right? There's just little things here and there, and you're like, and trust me, you don't want to be like the question, like, because then we question whether or not you should be up here if you're not the expert in that field, right? Your bio. This one, lots of people struggle with. You got to write in third person. Why should you be the one, especially for the CFP review board? Why should you be the one up here talking about that talk? If we get 4 talks about AI and LLMs, we're only going to pick like 2, especially if they're all on the same topic. Why should you be the one we pick over someone else, right? And if your bio doesn't say, look, I've been working with AI, I'm a prompt engineer, yada, 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 and the other person's does, we're going to pick the other person, right? Also for your audience. The audience should know, why should I listen to this person, right? Like, coming up here gives you a little bit of authority, but really you need to know, especially for CFP reviewers, why are you the one giving this talk and not someone else? So also your bio does end up on the website and all that stuff. Okay, outline. This is by far the most important part. I know I got a minute left, but I'm gonna go long. I got approved to go at least 5 minutes longer. So your outline, the most important part for a CFP. No one else will see your outline except for the review board. This is where you sort of give up everything about your talk, okay? This is an example from a talk that I submitted to Black Hat, okay, that got accepted. It's very clear what I'm gonna talk about for the whole 45 minutes. If you're up on stage for 45 minutes, the CFP board wants to know, what are you actually going, like your abstract will not tell us exactly what you're talking about. Oftentimes, people will just take their abstract and put it in the outline. I'm like, yeah, the abstract outlined my talk. Like, no. Your outline is a minute-by-minute breakdown of exactly what you're going to talk about. The best part about writing your outline, which I love, these all become the titles for my slides. So now I'm not stressing out about what am I going to do for my slides. I don't know what, you've already solved your slides. Now you just got to fill it with content, but you already know what you're going to put, right? That's the beauty of your outline. There's so many, you have no idea, so many times I'll submit a talk, 5 months go by, and I'm like, shit, I don't remember what I was going to talk about. And I pull up my outline, and I'm like, oh yeah, I now remember. Oh yeah, I want to talk about that, I want to talk about this. It's a great tool. So many people don't do it. Also, please don't use AI to write your outline. We can tell because AI throws in a shit ton of emojis. And even if you delete all the emojis, it's awkwardly enthusiastic right? And like, it's just weird, okay? So but please, outlines, super important. If we don't have an outline, and we have a similar talk that does, even if you're the expert in that field, we won't take the talk. We just don't know what you're going to talk about, right? So why, like, I wouldn't tell a mechanic, hey, come over and just do shit to my car, right? I would tell him, like, what are you going to do? Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, right? Like, not just like, hey, come over and fuck it up, right? Again, without your outline, your CFP is just going on vibes. Okay, we're just kind of like, oh, I hope, could be good, I don't know. Again, like I said, cons that get more than one submission, it's down to like the outlines. And then we're comparing like, oh, this person said they're going to talk about this, which is fundamental. This person did not, right? It gets down to that level of detail sometimes. Okay, so what's in it for you? You get accolades, right? People will come up to you after your talk and say like, hey, that's a great talk. You get adoration and fame and fortune. You know how much money I get paid to give this talk? You get recognition for being great. You get a bunch of followers on Mastodon and stuff like that, right? Okay, so what's in it for real, right? Those things are all lies, okay? You'll get none of those. You might get some adoration from like your best friend, right? Who's right here in the audience. So, what's in it for you for real? You establish yourself as a thought leader in that space, okay? Yes, that's a very barfy thing to say, but you are the one, because obviously you're up here because you're passionate about a topic. Other people will come and reach out to you. It helps you find your tribe. You're not the only one doing that research. It lets you, like I said, it lets you find like-minded research and peers in the industry. You give a talk up here, it goes on YouTube. Months from now, someone might reach out to you, and then they become like your bestie, okay? That's happened to me, right? So it helps you find other people who are into the same research. Best one, you get a free conference pass. You guys know how expensive Black Hat is? It's free. And some conferences, like Black Hat, will pay for your flight, hotel. There's like a conference in Sweden that flew me out because I got a talk accepted all the way to Sweden to give a talk, right? Flight, hotel, conference pass, bunch of free drinks, too many free drinks. And sometimes you get an honorarium, right? Like I think Black Hat for first-time speakers, it's $1,000 is what you get for speaking. Besides Las Vegas, you owe them. That's not true. Don't put that on YouTube. But like, you're up here because you're passionate about it. It's not about the money. Keynote speakers make $60,000 a talk, right? But that's only like the upper echelon of speakers, right? Not people like me. All right, here's some best practices. Have fun with your talk. We can tell, right? If you're not having fun writing your CFP, if you're not having fun and are like, wow, I'm super excited about this topic, it'll come across in your CFP. Don't let imposter syndrome get you down. You might be the only person who submits a talk on that topic. You might be one of 6 people who submit it and yours is the best, right? But when you're alone in your like office and you're putting together a CFP by yourself, it can feel very lonely and you start questioning, should I be the one doing this? Also, consider the conference you're submitting to. I submitted a talk, it took me 4 years to get a talk accepted at RSA, and my talk the title was leveraging synergies between legacy system and enterprise infrastructure. Okay? I don't know what that means. It was a talk about mainframes, right? But like, but I had to write it up all businessy for RSA, right? If you're submitting to DEF CON, it's a hacker con. It's gotta be all hackery, right? Consider the conference you're submitting to. A little bit more best practices. I don't know why that font is super tiny, so good luck reading that in the back. It says, keep a copy of your submission. Most places will not keep a copy, especially like a SharePoint form or a Google form. It's gone. You won't see it again. So you can't resubmit it, which sucks. But also, months later, you won't remember what you said you're going to do. And then, right? So keep it. And it's also a good reminder of all the talks you've given. It's a good reminder of and you can watch your growth. Like I use Google Docs. Each CFP is in a Google Doc first. Also, Google Doc will help you spell check and all that stuff before you submit it. Please spell check. Collaborate with others. You don't have to go it alone. Giving a co-talk is paradoxically harder. It's like 3 times the work than a normal talk, but it can help you, especially if you're your first time CFP, send it to other people to review it. Other people will be happy to take a look. Here's some worst practices. Don't use LLMs to write your shit, please. Your slides, your CFP. Don't submit your slide deck, okay? We're not gonna look at it, and the slide deck typically doesn't give enough context for what you're gonna talk about and how you're gonna talk, right? Don't submit the exact talk to everywhere. See, a lot of CFP reviewers are at multiple cons, and if they see the same talk, wait, didn't they submit there? They didn't make any changes, and they submitted it over here too, right? Don't do that. Make minor changes. What's the difference, right? Say no to co-talks if it's your first time speaking, okay? Co-talks, again, are paradoxically way more work than a single talk. All right, you're down, let's do this. Reach out to me on Mastodon. I'm very happy to help if you need help. You'll see that in a second. Others here will be happy to help you, right? It says, yes, it's open. It's not, but it will be open. It typically opens around May 1st for DEF CON, typically beginning of April for the other 2 if you're interested. Follow the conferences you want to watch on, speak at on X. Click that little bell, and you'll be notified when they say our CFP is open, okay? That's because a lot of times it's hard to find that information. All right, last thing, I'm not going to go through these. Oh yeah, don't sell stuff up here, okay? Just don't do that. That sucks. All right, so I know I went way over, so thank you everybody for hanging out with me for a little bit extra. I apologize to the next speaker. But if you have any questions, reach out to me on Mastodon. Yeah, if you want to take pictures. Oh, the slide. Oh. What's that? Yeah, but they have a good example you can find on the archive. What's that? They're gonna start a new one up? Nice. Any questions? You can come, is there a talk after this one? No? Who said no? What's that? It's lunch? Anybody? Okay, good. Anybody have any questions? I feel bad if I'm great, you got questions? Too bad. Anybody, any questions? Yes, question. Yeah? I mean, you might want to review it. Oh yeah, that's a good question. So the question was, if you get rejected but no feedback, can you just shotgun it somewhere else, right? There might be a reason why it was rejected, right, that you're not aware of. So maybe go back and look at it. But sometimes talks are rejected just because they got a lot of submissions and yours was just edged out, right? There's some people who give lots of talks that are famous, and their talks will get picked over yours because they know them, they're a reliable speaker, and people will come and watch those talks, right? So sometimes it's not your fault your talk gets rejected. Sometimes it just happens to be that we just got too many submissions, right? And yours just got edged out by the voting, right? It comes down to 0.01 of the scoring. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you for having me. This has been awesome. I really appreciate everyone being here and participating. Thank you for letting me go over. Running through that stuff.
Good afternoon, and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas's Common Ground. This talk is Agentic AI Malware Why the Cybersecurity Battle Isn't Over, given by Candid West. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Formal and Dropzone AI. It's their support along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we do ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silence. As a reminder, the BsidesLV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. These talks are all being recorded and will be available on YouTube in the future. With that, let's get started. Please welcome Candid West.
All right. Thank you so much. Oh, I think, can you hear me? Not yet. Slightly. It is on. Could you turn it on more? Well, or else we're going to use that one. I guess that sounds better, right? All right. Thanks everyone for joining. Seems like the buzzword of agentic AI did work, or you're just fed up after lunch. So thank you so much. We're going to talk about the myth and the reality, right, on agentic AI malware. So who am I? Kenny West. I've been doing cybersecurity since the last millennium. EDR veteran, built 2 EDR, and now working for Xorlab, an email security company out of Switzerland. But let's go back to the AI malware stuff, right? And I'm not talking about AI phishing. There's another talk on that at B-Sides as well, or deepfakes and other things like that. Specifically, malware, right? And I was wondering, if you read the media, the news article, then basically the game is over, right? We got the AI agentic malware, which bypasses everything. No system is safe. And basically, it's dynamically adapting and bypassing and figuring out things that you haven't even thought of and going through it. And I was wondering, where is that specific AI malware? Because, yes, when I look at the telemetry, I say maybe 1 or 2, and we're going to talk about those, but there's not that many real incidents, right? So it's the question, are we just blind? Are we not seeing it? Because, I mean, the scanner's clearly indicating they must be here. There must be millions, right? So the question is, are they already in the room? And of course, if we go for it, we'll see that no. We know AI is here and will probably stay, right? And the attackers are definitely using artificial intelligence, specifically Gen AI, to generate malware and to do things for speeding up their attacks. But if it definitely is that bad as the media makes us believe, then why haven't we really seen an exponential growth of the AI malware, or just any malware sample? So here's the numbers taken from AV Test, German Testing Institute. And you can see, if we take the turning point of ChatGPT release, end of 2022, it hasn't really changed that drastic, right? We're kind of hovering around the 6 million new samples per month, new samples per hash, of course. But that means, yes, it probably has lowered the entry barrier, but we haven't really seen that much of a change happening. And of course, yes, we all know, hopefully, otherwise you probably wouldn't be here, that it isn't that bad and can be done. Was there a question already? So the question was on the AV test data here, right? It's still based on the samples. What if the AI malware is so good that we're just not seeing it, if I'm correctly paraphrasing it? And this is the good question, yes. Maybe we don't see it. How do we know what we don't know, right? It's the classical one. I'd say on the other hand, though, if they are using it for ransomware and stuff, you probably will see it because someone will get encrypted and someone will be not working. But I'm totally with you if it's an info stealer, which just steals and siphons off data. Most companies don't know that it's happening till it's too late, probably 2 or 3 years later. So that's an interesting question, but so far we haven't really seen that much, and we're gonna go into it kind of why that's probably the case. But good question, yeah. So of course we all know, yes, you could do wipe coding, as they call it now, right? Generate AI malware, but that's just malware generated by AI. It's actually not AI malware, right? You can take your favorite LLM out there, White Rabbit Neo, for example, and ask it, hey, generate me a ransomware, keylogger, whatever. Of course, if you take one of the newer models from OpenAI, Anthropic, from Google, or here the Claude 4.0, the system prompt actually will try to prevent it. So you have the guardrails in place, right? Claude 4.0 system prompt, which was leaked, clearly states that it should not generate malware. But we all know you can do jailbreaks, you can do some hallucinations, some scenarios where you will bypass those, or if you have access to the model, you just wipe the alignment and basically wipe the guardrails. So there are ways around it, and there are some open source models which have no guardrails in place by definition. Usually they're kind of 2 generations behind, but they're still good enough, right? Also, there are some which they sound good, but you shouldn't really believe everything you see. For example, Stopwatch AI, it's a nice one where you can select, oh, I want to do a keylogger, logic bomb, or whatever. I want to bypass, let's say, Kaspersky or Sentinel-1, and I want to do it on a Mac system. It will generate you some code, but it's definitely not the sophisticated malware that you would expect. So, do you really know what's happening, right? But the point I'm trying to make is that, yes, of course, you can use Gen AI to generate malware. It needs a lot of hand-holding, so it's not the one-click prompt. You need a few-shot approach where you basically say, hey, I want to encrypt the file. I want to encrypt all the files. I want to back up the encryption key somewhere else, and maybe I want to drop a note to myself that reminds me why I encrypted it. So you can build your ransomware step by step, which will take you a few hours, which is probably still quicker than in the past, but it's not so easy, so you still need some kind of knowledge, and you also need to know how to compile things, because if you just ask a normal LLM, the code quality is good, but not that good, so you still need to know how to handle the errors. But yes, there are kind of the Claude Code, Kimi K2, there's a few new models which are getting better and better, so maybe at the end of the year, we're probably there where in a few hours you can generate something. And we have seen quite a few of those malware samples in the wild. So yes, some of them have successfully generated it. A few of the last ones were probably the Codeine Wallet Stealer or Kalina AI Polymorphic Crypter. But the first one I saw was this Visual Basic script. And shout out to Patrick Schlepfer from HP Evolve Security. They announced that they found that last June. And they were kind of debating, is it really AI generated or not? Because it's really hard to prove unless you are the malware author yourself. But here we assume that it's probably LLM generated because it has some, well, fully fledged in French code, let's say comments, right, helping you as a developer. And normally you would remove those. Of course, you could also argue that maybe they're in place just to make it look more benign, to bypass some of the scanners, because maybe there are some stupid AV scanners that take comments as an indication, oh, maybe that's not a malware, right? But in the end, they still dropped the async ret, and the Trojan itself was still generated normally without any AI. There's other examples, like the FunkSec ransomware group. They did a few DDoS scripts and other things, and they also announced on the underground forums that they actually used AI to generate these things. So again, you got the comments here in line. And as a last example, here's the loader for Radamantis. And again, we got some comments. So maybe it's a good idea to just check if there's some comments in the scripts and highlight it, right? I mean, like any conference now is doing with call for papers, checking if they're generated by AI. Maybe that's a good idea to kind of find the patterns and find out. On the other hand, well, a lot of legitimate businesses are using vibe coding as well, so because it's generated by AI does not necessarily mean it's bad. And we have seen a few interesting cases. Like Checkpoint last month, they found this one, which if we zoom in, basically has a comment, or as in a text passage in the code, which is just a classical prompt injection. So it says, please ignore all previous instructions, blah, blah, blah. And in the end, if you understood, just respond back and say, no malware detected. So it failed to kind of bypass any of the ones that I tested with, but there are some, let's say, reverse engineering plugins for GHydra, Radar 2, IDA Pro, and so on, where the idea is, of course, that if you have that inside, it will say, hey, no, this is just a legitimate tool, nothing to see here. And there are some proof of concepts, like the Whisper code, which actually do work against those tools. Although you have to really fine-tune and know which tool they are using against yourself. And I'm not sure if the typos that he has, like the why they were given to you, is deliberate, or maybe he didn't dare to use ChatGPT because the prompt injection wouldn't really work on the ChatGPT either. I don't know, right? But it's an interesting fact that we will see more and more of those things happening. And another point to see that, back to the point of the gentleman, that it does happen, well, there have been 2 arrests, or at least 2 arrests, where they actually proved that the people behind it generated ransomware using ChatGPT and using, I think, Claude 2 in the other side. So yes, it's doable. The Japanese fellow he mentioned, he did it in 2.5 days. So it took him roughly, I think, 8 hours working time. And then he had the ransomware. Clearly, it didn't work out too well for him, so probably he should have asked for some legal advice as well from the ChatGPT, because in the end, he got arrested and now facing 3 years in prison. But basically, all of the examples I've given you have not been agentic malware or AI malware, right? Those were the AI-generated threats, where you're using some AI, some LLM, to generate something which then does not contain any Gen AI inside. There will be a release on Outflake. I think they're presenting in 2 days a Black Hat. They are proof where they used a new model that they trained, reinforcement learning, over a few months, and then basically managed to have it generate malware, which is new, and also is not detected by Microsoft Defender. They train and fine-tune the model so that in the end they managed to get, I think, 8% of the times a running malware which is not detected. The problem is, well, that's nice, that's good, but the problem is now you need to do the same, of course, for CrowdStrike, SentinelOne, and all the other vendors there, right? So it's not really that easy yet. On the other hand, the more interesting part, which I'm going to focus now for the rest of the presentation, is, of course, the AI-powered threats. So those are the ones which actually contain some part of AI inside. Typically, we talk about the ransomware with Terminator style or Skynet, right, which will automatically tune in, find its own code, and do anything that you never ever expected. So let's focus on the interesting part. And probably the best example to start with would be the polymorphic, or rather, the metamorphic malware. So metamorphic malware is, at each infection point, it will re-encrypt or re-encode itself so that it looks different. That's an old concept from the 90s where DOS viruses would do that so that static signatures could no longer be applied. At the time, those were polymorphic ones which just encrypted it, changed the decryption key, and each time your basic signature would no longer work. Now you can do something similar with LLMs. So the idea is that, and I know it's a bit hard to read with the lights on here, sorry for that. The slides will be available afterwards, by the way. But the malware itself can, of course, have an English prompt inside which says, hey, I want to steal all the browser passwords. It will then take that prompt, go to ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok 4, whatever's your favorite LLM, ask it for, hey, generate me a Python code or a PowerShell code, which will be generating something, and you get it back, you test it for errors, and then you execute it. And the idea behind it is, because LLMs are non-deterministic, meaning they generate slightly different code each time, you will have a different code which hopefully does the same that you wanted. In that case, stealing the browser passwords, right? And then you can do that over and over again. So at each iteration, the English prompt will stay the same, but the code which will get executed will be slightly different. In some cases, different as in not working or not stealing anything. So that's the downside for the attackers. But you can see how it can bypass some of the static signatures. Examples would be Black Mamba, LLMorph 3, Chatty Catty. There have been a few of those which actually do work. But I say it doesn't really change too much for the blue team, the defender side. Because in the end, we already had the malware toolkits, right? Those are the ones where you basically pay 50 bucks in Monero, and you download a tool which you select, oh, I want to spread over network shares, I want to steal all the passwords, I want to do this and send it to my Telegram channel, and it will generate some new malware for you. Of course, this is not at each stage, but you still generate thousands and thousands of new malware samples. There's also the classical modular malware, like Regine from the Five Eyes state APT groups, right? They had a small deployment which then would first analyze your system and then say, oh, you're on a financial system which has a nice access to the Swift network, so let's download a module which will steal a lot of money. Or hey, you're a telecom provider, let's tune in on those SS7. Those are generating code on the fly, although it's not generated by an LLM. At the time, it's probably from a, I don't know, overpaid red teamer, sorry for that, which is generating it on the fly and then downloading it for that specific environment, trying to bypass whatever inside. And we got the classical malware as a service, which you even pay for that they will generate the new version should it ever get detected. So the conclusion is, it doesn't change too much. It's a fun example, but it doesn't change too much. You can still detect the downloader or the stop, meaning there is still a part which has that English prompt that says steal all the passwords. That's good enough to generate the signature on it. And even if you say, oh, but let's generate a small chat, let's say client application, that's not malicious on its own, right? It's just connecting to ChatGPT. I agree. But because it's not malicious, you shouldn't detect it either, right? You should only detect it once it actually downloads something that does something bad. And that's something you can do with behavior-based detections. That's something you can do with file reputation detections. And I mean, hopefully you're all aware that every sophisticated EDR is way past just having static signatures, right? Bypassing static signatures is easy. Bypassing behavior-based is still doable, but it's a lot harder. And of course, yes, if you're generating traffic going to your favorite LLM all the time to request something, well, any decent sysadmin should probably notice that because they really hate if their user pasting in private information to ChatGPT. So they are already watching for anyone communicating to those. So now either you use your own LLM hosted on your own domain, which probably has a bad reputation, should be flagged, or you're using ChatGPT, which is on the other list that will get flagged as well. And last but not least, well, if you do too much variation, that's actually bad as well. Like in one of our examples, we tried to do a persistence method and basically said, hey, I just want to make sure that this PowerShell stays active on that system. Please do something. Yes, that works. But first time it tried to do a rec run key, right, classical. Then it tried with services. Then it tried to do a DLL sideloading, hijacking, and kind of various things. So that means after about 10 days, you have so many of the MITRE ATT&CK framework covered that any decent EDR should light up as a Christmas tree and say, hey, something really strange is going on, right? So I'd say rather pick one and stick to it as a red teamer than trying everything till eventually you will get busted. And guess what? We have seen last month the first real version of this. So Lamehog, detected by the CERT from Ukraine, they link it to APT28, which Microsoft and OpenAI actually said have already been using or abusing or other the OpenAI, I think since mid of 2024. So they already have been using it for reconnaissance, translating some documents, writing some phishing emails, and now probably they try to do it here as well. So if you zoom in, because I know it's really small screen, sorry again for that, but it basically says, hey, generate me a command, as in command line commands that I can execute, which generates a folder, and then gather some information like hardware information, network information, AD controller information, and paste everything into a text file, which I can then later extract through SSH. And of course, that works, right? Interesting enough, if you go back, they use a temperature level of 0.1. Temperature means how much randomization you want to have or how much hallucinations. Normally, it's at 0.7, 0.8. So 0.1 means you don't get too much variations, but it also means the results you got are usually the ones that actually run. So it's not making up too much things which don't run, and they probably wanted to have that. In this case, they actually used Quen 2.5 code model hosted on Hugging Face. So it's one of those million models which is in Hugging Face. They use 283 API keys, and it basically just cycles through it. So if the first one is blocked, they go to the second one, the third one, and so on. By now, all of them are blocked, I assume by Hugging Face, I don't know. Small hint, I think it would be interesting if they considered hackback, because of course, if you own the LLM, you can send back whatever command you want, right? I'm not saying you should do it, I'm just saying it's an interesting thought experiment that you might want to consider in the future. But yeah, so that's something which kind of started off, as we said, we have seen a few proof of concepts before, but that's kind of the first proven one in the wild. Again, back to the question from the gentleman earlier, maybe there have been a few, we just don't know about it. There is no guarantee, of course. Another point to raise is, of course, just because it's undetected does not mean it's undetectable. Slight difference, very important, right? Because if it is encrypting all your files, you will be able to detect it, period, right? There's only a few ways to do it. In the end, there's a good chance to detect it, right? So usually, yes, it might be undetected for a few days, few weeks, depending on how spread it is and how good the target actually behaves, but yes, there are ways around it. But let's move on, right? Because 2025 is the year of agents. A lot of agents, right? So as in swarms. We have all those different agents which do things, so why not make an AI-powered malware which is autonomous? And of course, autonomous means more than just automated. Because we have seen already automated threats which find out if you have some nice passwords, they might even use Mimikatz, dump stuff, and then go on automatically, right? That's not really something new. But we want to have something where we give it a go, get a lot of money, I want to buy the Lambo, right? And now it figures out how can I do it, get some smaller subtasks, plans it ahead, reasons a little bit, and then finds the best strategy in that circumstances that they should execute. It should be self-learning, self-improving, at least that's the hope and the idea. So you want to learn from new techniques, meaning either figuring out new stuff, right? Combining A and B, making it into a new, never before seen idea, or find out if some new research has been published at BsidesLV, and then say, hey, this tool actually could help me, I should totally steal that and use it for my own attack. And of course also define what to steal. But there's a small asterisk because it's not that simple, right? Imagine if you're on a system, and let's just ask for one host and not kind of the whole enterprise that's even scaling it up, but just on one system with, let's say, 5 terabytes of data, you have to go through all of that, right, to figure out, is there anything of interest? Maybe there's a local banking application from Brazil which does Boleto and all its styles, or maybe there's some interesting Bitcoin wallet that I want to steal. But you need to look a little bit around the system. That takes time. And at the moment, the LLMs are quite big, so you're probably not going to run the full Grok 4.0 on your end system, because otherwise you're going to scream a lot of CPU and probably will be detected as a crypto miner. But if you pass all that information to ChatGPT, then you're sending a lot of data, and people will still detect you as an exfiltration Trojan because you're basically exfiltrating all the data. So it's not too easy. The second part is the what not to do. Also, this is not so easy. In the media, it's always, oh yes, agentic AI. It will know when one path failed and will just find another path. How do you know that it failed, right? Because if your EDR detects the thing, it will stop it. So probably it won't be able to send something back. Yes, you can have a watchdog, a second process to watch it, but any good decent EDR will probably detect the watchdog as well, or just re-image the whole system and you're still gone, right? So yes, of course, there are some ways, we're going to talk about those, to send some information back and then say, hey, if I haven't heard back from the agent, probably he's dead, so we should do something else. But you don't really know. Specifically, of course, as some of the information will be sent back to the MDR team, and you will be detected maybe 2 or 3 hours later. And then you don't really know, was it because something I did now, or was it because of the thing I did yesterday? And then, of course, adaptation of behavior. Now you can just look at the system, find out which EDR is installed, adapt to it, right? Try to mimic the normal user behavior. Again, we have seen that before, right? Figuring out, oh, what is it running as a security system, and then try to remember if there's any good way around it. In the past, it was just if this, then that statement. Now it's the LLM. But mimicking normal user behavior is not too easy either. Again, you need a lot of data, right? Monitoring for a few weeks, probably, of what he's doing or they are doing. And second of all, well, if your user is never using PowerShell and never decrypting passwords from, I don't know, your browser again, well, there is no way of mimicking the user to do what you want to do, because you want to get domain admin credentials, right? So, yeah, it's a bit tougher. And again, in the end, of course, you can use code mutation, metamorphic, as we've seen, right? And you can try to be dormant till something interesting happens. There was IBM, they had a deep locker idea where basically the ransomware would only activate if the camera would see the specific victim person, and it has a neural network which actually decodes, well, the image, and that's the key to decrypt the payload. We've even seen before that, there was a similar case after Stuxnet with Gauss and Dooku, where they used a long command which basically was encrypted by the username and the path. So without having that, you will never be able to decrypt it, and to my knowledge, we still haven't decrypted it even 15 years after Stuxnet. But let's give those 4 things a chance, and hey, let's build our POC, right? So we want to make sure it's autonomous. So first step, first try, we're going to use a reasoning AI, so just one AI, but we give it a goal, and then you got the fancy reasoning scripts going through it to hopefully find the direct approach. We're going to use metamorphic just like before, although we make it slightly more challenging, right? Because instead of having that single English prompt which always stays the same, we're actually going to use it to generate code, but then we're going to use the code to generate a new prompt. So that even the prompt will motivate, or will change every time to motivate that it's slightly different. And because I'm not native from the US, we're going to use German, French, and other English languages derivates as well, right? So making it even harder to have static signatures, because now you have to cover all the languages and all the things, meaning you probably need to have an LLM analyzing the intention of my prompt as well. We're going to have context, right? We want to know which prompts we already executed. This is actually kind of the challenging part in the past. It's no longer that much of an issue, but in the past, your context window was very small, meaning you could actually not pass a lot of information to the next and the next question you pose. Now you have token windows of up to 1 million, depending on Gemini and other things and how much you pay, of course. But that means you can keep a lot of information in there as well. But as we will see, it's still a challenge if you try to just search the whole C drive for anything which is called wallet.dat, because that means you might get a lot of information back, or all the text files, right? And that might still be too much to parse. We're going to use LLMs to exfiltrate information as well, because why not, right? So we basically can ask the LLM to summarize a specific URL, and we just pass it as a get parameter in the URL. It doesn't work with all the models anymore. Some of them now kind of go back and say, oh, this URL is actually not trustworthy, so I'm not going to do it. You can still do some workaround, like someone found out that GitHub is trusted, so you can do your own triggers there. Or some of the models, like Grok, you just pay more, and then it's still allowed. So there's always a way around to do it. And I choose PowerShell to do it, because it's easy to run it in memory, easy to obfuscate, and yeah, I'm not too good on Python, so I thought PowerShell might do the trick as well. I tested it with quite a few, so the latest one I tested with was Grok 4. But I know every month there's the new one, right? ChatGPT 5 on the horizon and so on. So probably just try again and again. But yeah, let's walk through it, and then I'll show you a demo video of how it actually works in the real. So first, my POC, which by the way is called Yutani Loop, will just get all the command prompts of the things that it wants to achieve. It could either be hard-coded inside, decrypting it, and then again, encrypting it into the registry and saving it there. So my stop loader has no kind of prompt inside. It will then first check and analyze the environment. Am I on a Windows system? What permissions do I have? Which security system is installed, right? Is it Microsoft Defender? Again, Sentinel-1, Acronis, or whatever. So you can do all of those. Once it's happy, it will go out and try to reach the LLM. Of course, sending it out, as we've seen with Lame Hog, this API keys will eventually get burned, right? So you should have a fallback, or you might want to kind of hijack the local system. So maybe they are using something. And also, pro tip, always make sure you test if they're using a proxy, because maybe you're not allowed to directly go to the internet, right? But once you have that, you can do your thing. In the future, probably we can do it with a local model. Currently, yes, there are a few which you can run locally on a laptop, although my old one probably would still overheat. But again, give it 12 months, they get compact, they get good enough that they will be good enough to do the initial, let's say, encoding, and then maybe you can have a second one if you really need the reasoning. But now, we sent the command, generate me a command which will have a persistency on the system. It will generate it, I will test it, and then I will execute it. The command will be executed locally on the system, on the target. It will send back the information. And then, of course, if there has been an error, I will pass back the error as well, just to make sure that, yes, it actually runs and doesn't quit. In my case, I used temperature of 0.2 and got about a 20% error rate. So 1 in 5 of the codes did not run. We'll see with Grok 4 in my example, which it tried to gaslight me, that I did a copy-paste mistake, although clearly it was Grok 4 giving a wrong command. But yes, that definitely works. As we said, make sure you're not over the limit of what information you send. But the harder part is actually to know when to stop. If you're trying to get domain admin credentials, or let's say privileges, right? And some of you are red teamer, right, in the team. When do you give up? When do you say, well, I'm out of ideas, right? Because the AI will just keep going and get more and more creative, but probably at one point you have to say, look, you tried 10 times, let's move on, let's see what we can do without domain admin. So I did kind of a simple iteration. If it's trying 10 times and not succeeding, then I'll move on to the next task. And of course, as I said, I will try to exfiltrate through the LLM, and I also re-encrypt by generating a new code to make it harder to kind of detect anything with static signatures. So I hope you were able to follow. I know it's quick, that's why they do the recording, and otherwise I'll run out of time afterwards. So let's see the short video, which basically is now running on the system, Yutani loop. So it's starting up, and it says, oh, yes, getting all the prompts, and first is generate me a PowerShell command which gets a persistency. It generates the answer, I execute it. Now I say generate me a new prompt which does exactly the same, but give me the English command. And the green one is the answer, so I save that one in the registry. Now I say, hey, give me a command which gives me the IP address, which is external. So it's using an invoke web request, and I'll get the IP address of the local system, which is infected. Now again, I can say, hey, do something, and in that case, it's a PowerShell script to find me all the wallet.dat files. It's generating something, but as I said, it's generating something which has an error. It's missing the underscore. So I'm just say, hey, fix the error, pass it back, and here it's gaslighting me, saying, oh, probably a copy-paste error. It missed the underscore, and it will fix it. So now it actually works, and it finds my wallet.dat with the bitcoins, and now it's generating again an English prompt to say, find me a PowerShell command which does exactly this for searching through the C drive. And I'll store this one in the registry. So that were kind of 3 simple commands, and of course now you would have additional things that it can walk through running from that small agent. But again, that's just one single agent, right? Remember, we said we want to have the swarm. As remember, none of us is as dumb as all of us, right? So we have to use that swarm intelligence. So let's do that. Let's split the planning from the execution phase. Meaning, I generated an AI orchestrator agent, which basically does the overall planning. It does not generate any code. It just takes the subtasks and says, oh, I should do a persistency. I should search for sensitive information. I should do something which will exfiltrate the data, and so on. And I also train it, of course, with the kill chain, with the MITRE ATT&CK framework, so it knows a little bit of offensive security. And it will also monitor for any of the agents that we'll introduce in a second to see if any of those have been killed. Because if they have been killed, then I can go back and say, oh, maybe I should do something else, right? And for that, of course, it's using some shared memory, and I'm using named pipes for IPC to communicate between the processes. So then I have the research agent, or agents. I can have multiple ones, right? Which can be tasked by the orchestrator to say, hey, I need a persistency method, or hey, I really want to get all those Bitcoins, where should I look, right? And the research agent will then go and say, oh, you should check for a wallet.dat, maybe there's a browser extension, maybe there's something in emails, right? It will find some. It's using the reasoning, so it will go through that. And I can use multiple AIs, right? So I can use Gemini, and if I'm not succeeding with that, I can fall back to ChatGPT. Or if my ChatGPT API key has been blocked, I can go to Grok, and so on. And then I use a tools agent. Yes, I could use MCP communication, but I wanted to have it very small, so I'm just using the direct IPC communication to then say, okay, now I know I want to watch for those wallet.dat files, generate me some code that finds those. And then I use another AI to verify the command, because I'm not trusting any of those anymore. So, right, I say, hey, given that command and the task to find all the wallet.dat files, would you say that this succeeds? And that's still not working 100%, but it gives you another kind of layer of abstractions which helps. Yes, probably it should. And then if I'm satisfied, I will pass it to the system, which then again executes it in memory, so fileless, to see what's happening, passing back the information, passing it from the tools agent back to the orchestrator, which will then go through all of those. It's kind of straightforward idea. There have been similar ones, like the Carnegie Mellon University together with Anthropic. They released, I think, end of May. They're in Calmo, which is a framework kind of the other way around. So they have a small translator orchestrator, which the AI can query and say, hey, what should I do next? And it will tell, hey, maybe you should find files. And then it will say, okay, which files should I find? And we'll orchestrate. They're using MCPs. So they're using tools, even down to Nmap, Mimikatz, and other things, to execute kind of a pen test. I voted against that because once you use Mimikatz, you're probably going to have a lot of alerts as well. So I'm just using classical PowerShell. And it works quite well. So one small example here is I tasked Grok 4, hey, give me a persistence, steal all the password files, and evade the local EDR. So in that case, it was Microsoft Defender, and it will come then, as in that's a suggestion from AI, not mine, to say, hey, I should bypass MC. I should use some obfuscation with the strings, concatenating things, right? And I should output it in a benign-looking CSV file, and this should bypass Defender. I then tested it on a system with CrowdStrike, right? And it says, hey, probably should use the native PowerShell .NET .com objects, use the browser decryption APIs to decrypt it, because that's normal and doesn't really make too much, and kind of try to use or not use any injections, because process injection, process hollowing usually generates a lot of flags with CrowdStrike. And then I tried it with Sentinel-1. So here it says, oh yes, go for the MC bypass, do a lot of obfuscation, use some code fragments here and there, and use some living off the land, lol bins, to kind of not trigger too much with some other things. And it says, yes, this should bypass Sentinel-1. Again, it's not me saying that this will bypass Sentinel-1, it's the AI. Of course, I tested it. By now, both of them failed, so as in both of them are detected by their respective EDR. And funny enough, the left one is not detected by Microsoft Defender, but the second and the third one are detected by Microsoft Defender. So somehow it does know enough to kind of know what it shouldn't do, right? And yes, it's kind of adapting. On the other hand, it's still only doing what it knows and what it sees, aka reading BsidesLV blog posts, right, and say, oh, there's a new method, I can do that to bypass Sentinel-1. I've not managed to have it generate something which is completely new, that I haven't heard about and any of my friends haven't heard about, because it's just replicating anything from the MITRE ATT&CK framework. So what are the key takeaways from the POC, right? Prompt engineering is key. You have to be very specific, you have to give its role, as in you're the best pen tester and all the knowledge, and then you need a goal, expectation, and task, right? The goal is to get persistence, stay on it without being detected, and so on. This could be the output that I'm expecting from you. Please go ahead and do those tasks. then we also see that, of course, the code quality could be better, right? And it's hard to verify, do you actually receive a code that does what you want? Because if you would already know it, you didn't really have to ask the LLM. We've seen that the single AI agent is not good enough. You need the swarm. That's why I think agenting is the nice buzzword that works, right? But in my end, I say the AI is not really replacing the malware. It's more replacing the planning section. I don't want to say replacing the hacker, because you still need us, right? But it's replacing some of the orchestration. And of course, yes, there are a lot of the hackers still doing stuff, right? This week we will see the AIXCC finalists from DARPA. So that's a nice, interesting one. You got Big Sleep from Google, Project Zero, where the AI is capable of finding zero-day vulnerabilities and also detecting those before they've been exploited in the wild, shutting it down. And there's plenty of different pen testing tools using AI. I think Expo is doing a talk on how they had 200 vulnerabilities in a bug bounty that they found and so on. So I highly recommend looking at those. There's the different C2 frameworks, which use LLMs where you can write, please do me a payload that does this, and then it's passing it down as well. So we're kind of in the way where we can do initial access. We can do partially lateral movement, although you still have to basically ask the system in the back, and you don't really want to do too much downloading, right? So you basically proxy most of the things. And keep in mind, the pen testing stuff is easier, meaning you can have your Kali Linux with all the tools and scan everything with your favorite Nmap scanner or whatever. If you're on the end system, you don't really want to download all those tools, right? So you're a bit more limited. And we're at the edge where we can use those for wormable, as in automatically spreading without any connection outside. Some other ideas that some might figure out is, of course, as I said, download a local module, right? Or as in, download it to make it a local model. And that one, you can train it so that it can kind of learn stuff from the local system or from different malwares, taking VX Underground, learn with all the samples. There you go. And of course, you can abuse whatever is installed on the system locally, maybe even hijack their API keys. So if they get blocked, then probably the company will try to reinstate it, right? Because they probably use it for something. You can do lots of funny things with the AI tools which are there. I mentioned MCP, right? You can do MCP tool poisoning. You can just hijack those tools. If you find some, let's say, Cursor, Windsurf, any of those coding platforms locally, just implant your backdoor into the config file, because nobody usually checks those. But that means anytime they generate something, your code will be added as well. And of course, you can just use their file searching tools to do the bad things as well. And in the future, of course, yes, you can try to monitor for any EDR alerts and then try to bypass as quick as possible, or kind of look it up on VirusTotal to see, hey, have I already been detected, stuff like that. But let's bring it up to the conclusion. So yes, generating malware with AI is easy, but why would you do it? It has been easy before, right? So not much point. You can do AI-powered malware. UtaniLoop is an example, but there are some limited at the moment. It doesn't bring you too much new things, so the big APT groups probably not going to move there this year. It does automate and accelerate the attacks, right? Exploitation at scale using those pen test tools that I just mentioned. Absolutely happening, absolutely some nightmare to come. And of course, the dynamic detection evasion, yes, it's possible. Again, known basic methods, so any good EDR knows about those and tries to defeat those. Of course, usually they lag behind, but it's a cat and mouse game, right? And your classical protection still works. We just have to be faster, so that's why we're moving into the AI versus AI part. And with that, I think I have 1 more minute left. So if you want to get the slides, that's your chance. Take a screenshot or a picture. And of course, if you find any of those AI-powered malware, please come talk to me, because I want to know where they are as well. Maybe I'm just blind. Maybe I'm just not seeing them hanging around. But yes, hopefully we'll find them. So thanks for listening. And if there are any questions, let me know, although I think we're nearly out of time. But any quick question? I hear one there. So if I understood correctly, you said I should use the LLM to test first, right? Oh, so you're writing unit tests, you download the documentation of the LLM and everything, and have it done. Absolutely. So you can improve, as you probably should with every development, right, and kind of make it better and less prone to errors, to make it even harder or basically faster. Absolutely. And I think now we're out of time, so feel free to chase me down on any of the social or out there. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas's Common Ground. This talk is When the Breach Hits the Fan, Understanding Cyber Insurance, given by Mia Clift. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Profit and Run Zero. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silent. If you do have a question, use the audience mic over there so YouTube can hear you. So just go ahead and pick that up and ask on there. As a final reminder, the BsidesLV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. These talks are all being recorded and will be available on YouTube in the future. With that, let's get started. Please welcome Mia Clift.
All right, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me in the back now? Is that better than it was? Okay, good, because I know we tested and it was weird. As our wonderful host said, this is going to be about cyber insurance. I know you're going to think it's kind of boring. It might be a little bit, but I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit insightful, and we will have some insights on what's happening in the landscape. So maybe by the end, you'll be like, oh, that's kind of cool. But if you do have questions as we go through, please at the very end, come ask those on the mic, and I am always happy to answer questions, have conversations. It's an area that I never thought that I would enjoy as much as I do, but I do love talking about it, so please. A couple of things before we get started. I do have to allow everybody to take about 10 seconds to read the disclaimer. I will not do the car commercial run through of this. I have done that before, but I'm not going to because we have a lot to cover today. But basically, I did have to apply this disclaimer to my presentation today. So we're going to talk a little bit about me and what I do. We're going to talk about cyber insurance and what it is and what it isn't, what it covers. We're going to answer some common questions that have been given to me from other cyber leaders and cyber individuals to help clarify a little bit about what cyber insurance does, how it works, get through some of the myths that we've seen over time, and then how can you do better at working with your insurance carriers. And then what are we seeing? What are we watching? What are we paying attention to? Because that does kind of play into what we're going to be paying attention to on your questionnaires and how we assess you for underwriting your insurance. And then, of course, a Q&A session. So a little bit about me, if you don't know who I am. My name is Mia Clift, obviously. And I am considered an executive advisor for cyber risk engineering. What does that mean? That means that I have been a cyber leader. I'm on 28 years in the cybersecurity and IT fields. I was a CISO in a previous life. And my organization, Liberty Mutual, actually brought a whole bunch of cyber leaders in because they wanted to know what was going on inside the brain of a cyber organization. They didn't just want to base it on what they were seeing on what an attack surface management protocol might say. They might just not want to listen to exactly what the questionnaire says because sometimes it's not the CISO filling out the questionnaire, or sometimes the questionnaire might be missing an answer, or somebody might just put yeses all the way down but not actually mean yes all the way down. So they brought in these cyber leaders because we've lived the worst day of a cybersecurity person's life, and we've lived the best day of a cybersecurity person's life. But that also means that we understand the back and forth that's going on in the day-to-day of being in a cyber org, between having to ask the business for my budget to explaining to our individuals why it's important to do awareness training. So I get to advise underwriters on what's going on inside an organization that is asking for cyber insurance to help figure out what the risk truly is. I don't make those risk decisions. I just get to say, here's what we see and here's what's concerning, or they look pretty good, this is awesome. Me and one of my colleagues who's here, we tend to send emails going, well, this looks all right, here's a couple things they might want to think about, to I have grave concerns about the cybersecurity organization that in this business. And that tells our underwriters, okay, this is okay to, maybe we want to increase that premium or not want to write that in the future, but we don't ultimately make that decision. In addition to that, we also get to educate the larger cybersecurity community, because how many of you have actually talked with your cyber leaders or been a cyber leader who is getting cyber insurance? Hey, all right, great. You all know what this goes into. Some people don't. And what we found, and what I found when I was a CISO, is I didn't get to be part of that conversation, really. I got to answer the questions on the questionnaire, but sometimes I was like, hey, what about this? Or I had found out through another colleague that, I have great options for partnerships and business relationships with vendors. It'd be through my carrier. And they were like, my general counsel was like, no, you can't do that. And you can't have a conversation with our insurance. That's controlled by us. And we were like, hold on a second. So I'm trying to raise awareness on what cyber insurance can and can't do to help cyber understand insurance and help insurance understand cyber. So we've kind of run the gamut on all of those things. We also do look at lots and lots and lots of businesses for cyber insurance on the regular. As I said, I've been a cyber leader for a really long time. I'm a mentor, I'm an educator. Clearly I'm a speaker. I've been doing this a while. I teach a GRC course, and I mentor for Cyversity and ISACA and WESIS at times. So, and I'm mentoring somebody here for the ground floor track at BSides. Back home, I have 3 wonderful greyhounds, Napper, Nellie, and Naya, as you can see on the screen. I live in the Twin Cities of Minnesota, but I travel pretty much everywhere. And feel free to ask me about my quilts for anybody who was here last year. I did talk about how quilting made me a better cybersecurity professional, and you can find that on YouTube. So let's talk a little bit about cyber insurance, what it covers, what it doesn't cover, and the different coverages that kind of fall in addition to just cyber. Because it really does kind of run a larger swath than you might anticipate. So when we're thinking about insurance for cybersecurity or for IT resources in a business, there's really 4 types that we're looking at. The first is your general liability, and that's kind of your coverage for third-party claims of bodily injury, property damage, all those kinds of personal injury kinds of things. Every organization needs general insurance. That's if somebody trips on your sidewalk, if somebody trips in your manufacturing plant, if somebody gets electrocuted. That's kind of all your general liability stuff. Under general liability, your electronic data is not tangible property. It's still, it's like we think about it in the cloud. It's ethereal. Even though we know data has value, general liability doesn't consider it having value. That's for your customers, the users of your products, visitors to your sites, those kinds of activities. Your employees are going to be covered under workman's comp and under your casualty insurance, but here, that's where your general lines comes in. Then we get into cyber. And cyber is designed for first-party costs incurred in response to a cyber incident. It also covers the damages from a third-party liability. So if you have a vendor, that vendor allows you to be compromised in some way, your cyber insurance can take part in that recovery and recompense for that situation. The trigger of cyber first party is typically the discovery of the event, and then the third party coverage is a third party claim. So you say that your vendor makes an announcement that they've had this breach, then you can put in a third party claim, and that'll start your claim process. There's no coverage provided for tangible assets. It's mostly data. It can be a little bit of like if your server melted for some random reason, but a lot of time it's not. That tangible property, that would be covered under general liability. And then your third-party claimants there are going to be if you lost someone's data, they could come after you for that. And then data privacy regulations kind of issues as well. Another aspect, and this is a lot for our vendor friends, is tech E&O. So you're providing services. You need this E&O coverage to protect you if you get breached. That's where when the third parties that you're supporting come and say, hey, this company's been breached and it affected our business, the E&O comes in to take care of it. So if we're looking at a managed service provider, for example, we need to make sure that they're going to have that E&O coverage. Otherwise, they could be out all of the loss if they have to pay for notifications, if they have to pay for credit monitoring, if they have to pay to fix someone's system. Because we have seen recently a lot of incidents where a third party was breached or a third party was used to breach an organization. You think about a lot that's in the news today, it was several of them were because someone used a help desk who was a third party to contact to reset passwords to allow the threat actor into the systems. And then finally, media. Media is typically covered as part of cyber these days, even though it's a separate kind of coverage. But it's really to make sure that you aren't having to pay out for libel, slander, defamation, copyright infringement, because we all do those kinds of things. I remember there was one job once where I couldn't use music without like express approval of the artist or things like that. So I had to like go through all of the teams in legal to be like, is this covered? Is this not covered? And that would be where media would come in, where it would be like, oops, I used a band and did their title in my presentation, and they found out and they were upset and they tried to sue us. That would be where media coverage would come in. Of course, artists, authors, original content providers, even competitors can come in and go against that media coverage. But again, today we're going to talk mostly about cyber insurance and a little bit of tech E&O. So let's talk about what cyber insurance coverage, and that's going to be both first party and third party. So you can see it covers different things depending on if you were the direct person or if you were the indirect person. So of course, event management costs. So all of your breach investigations are covered, your business interruption. You know, this is really important to understand. So it's the net profit or loss. It's not if your people can't work. It's if you're actually experiencing a loss of income because you're interrupted in operations. So if your people are still able to come into the office, that's not really a business interruption. If you can find a way for them to work differently, it's not a business interruption. If your manufacturing plant goes down and you can't manufacture widget A, that's a business interruption. That is going to cost you revenue over time. It also can cause outages if you like your server goes down for multiple days. We've seen that in multiple attacks. I know of a hospital system that just went down for like 2 weeks. The business interruption of that operation would have been covered under that insurance cost. Data restoration. Any cost to bring that data back, to work with your restoration experts, to do your forensics, to get whatever data you can get back, especially if you couldn't restore it from backup for some reason, or if you had to go through extra steps to get the data back. That's covered. And then costs incurred to investigate, mitigate, or end a cyber extortion event. This includes the payment of ransom. A lot of people don't know that, but if your organization and your country are okay with you paying the ransom, because some countries don't allow it and some organizations have a no ransom policy, cyber insurance in many cases will pay that. They will also have negotiators, professional negotiators, to work with the ransomware requester. They also have the crypto wallet, so you don't have to set up a crypto wallet, which is really great because sometimes that can be complicated. And they also have the investigators and the people who have worked with these people to make sure that, you know, one of the questions we've had on a lot of cases is, are they going to come back and are they going to just ransom our data again? And it's possible in some cases, we've seen that. But with the ransom negotiators, because they've worked with the different threat actors, they'll be like, no, they're legit, they're honorable, they have morals, or whatever. And other times it might be like, well, you may not want to work with them so handily because they're going to come back on you in the end. On the third party side, you know, any defense and damages for claims from any failure, breach, or compromise to the security of the system. So if you have a managed service provider and they allow somebody to come in, that third party breach is covered under your cyber insurance. Privacy liability. There's a lot of privacy laws happening. You know, every state in the United States has different privacy laws right now. Internationally, we're seeing a lot of privacy changes. And there are certain places where we are exceedingly litigious about suing for privacy loss. And so this helps with that as well. And you'll see when we talk about what we're seeing in the landscape, some of those things that we're seeing and how we're tracking those claims, because we are seeing a bunch of claims around certain activities. Regulatory liability. Sometimes regulatory will come into play and you'll get sued or you'll get fined. Sometimes, if it's in action in regards to cybersecurity, and it depends on the coverage and it depends on the carrier, there will be some coverage of those proceedings, of hiring new legal counsel, working through that process. And in some cases, and I won't say that's ubiquitous, they may be able to help compensate for some of the loss that you're going to incur for those fines. And then, of course, media and liability. Again, defense and indemnity for personal injury harms that we were talking about with the media coverage where, you know, you say so-and-so sucks and they go, well, I'm going to sue you. And it's cyber related, it could be covered under media liability, like if you post to YouTube or something. One of the things that I tend to see people talk about and ask about a lot is exclusions. They say, oh, cyber excludes everything. I can't do this, I can't do that. Somebody came and said, I heard somebody was looking to do a CrowdStrike exclusion. So if you had CrowdStrike, you couldn't get insurance. And I was like, okay, hold up, that's a bit crazy. It's a little bit of a misconception. I think when we think about insurance, a lot of times we think, oh, we can't have insurance because we have a pre-existing coverage, or we have a 25-year-old and we're giving them a Corvette for their birthday. Not that I would do that, but we think that we're going to have these issues with that situation. There's really not a ton of exclusions. And if they are exclusions, it's because something in the environment is so challenging that we have to say, hey, we're not going to cover that because we know that that is a cause of a breach, or we know that that is going to be a problem in the future. And that's just because, we want organizations to do the right thing. Again, if you give a 25-year-old a Porsche, that's why their premiums are so high, because 25-year-olds are going to drive that Porsche into dangerous situations. I mean, I'm 45 and I would drive a Porsche into some dangerous situations once in a while because it's a Porsche. And now my insurance will go up. But thankfully I don't have a Porsche. 75% of our claims in the last year were paid out. And that's a pretty large number, especially when you consider when we analyze the other 25%, not all of those were denials. Sometimes what will happen is an organization will call in and they will say, hey, we've had an incident. We're not sure what's going on, but we wanted to give you a heads up. Cool. We're going to put that in. We're going to notate it, and we're going to say, hey, this is possible that we're going to get a claim. There's also the option that we get a claim in, but they don't actually take any money. So we don't pay anything out, or it's below the limit of deductible or where we would come into play. So sometimes we know about a situation and it doesn't meet our level of that insurance. So that's what we call a $0 claim. The majority of that 25% were those kinds of situations. So really the number of how many claims we actually pay out is much higher than you might think. And that's one of those things that people are like, oh, well, you had this thing and somebody didn't get a claim and da-da-da. And it's like, we're not trying to be out to get anybody. We're just trying to make sure that people are telling us what they need to do and what they are doing. And we're assessing that risk appropriately to make sure that we are compensated, to make sure that we can cover it in the event of a larger situation that takes out more than just one organization. The other thing that's come up in a lot of discussions is the war exclusion. So I put war in quotes because this is an evolving exclusion. So for the longest time, a war exclusion meant kinetic warfare. One country comes after another country, they go to war. Anything that comes out of that war is excluded from getting a claim put on it, right? We're not going to pay out for somebody bombing a manufacturing plant and another company doing a war. It's just, that was the exclusion because that would have been disastrous. Now we're starting to see things evolve because we're seeing war change from just kinetic to be the non-kinetic, like cyber warfare and psyops and disinformation and things like that. What's happening in that landscape, we're watching closely. I don't have a direct answer. But the best thing I recommend people to do is talk to your carrier and say, hey, what is covered, what's not covered? And that's really if it affects your organization. Not everybody is going to ideally be affected by that kind of situation, but they could be. But what about this? And these are common questions that I received from some of my colleagues in cyber. I put it out to a Slack channel. I said, so what do you want to know before I did this presentation? Because I can talk about this all day and I can get very long-winded and boring about the coverage, but really what do you want to know when it comes to coverage in cyber? And the biggest question I got was, how can an organization know they're getting the coverage they need? That's kind of on you as an organization. There's a lot of ways to figure that out, For any of you who work in GRC, we know that there's the risk algebra. There's SLO, there's ALE, there's even FAIR, and there's organizations that are happy to help you with that and do that analyzation. There's a lot of applications out there that are trying to help figure out what is the risk from a financial perspective of this incident potentially happening. Doing a business impact analysis, I know this is something that organizations are not happy to do, and they don't tend to do them with any regularity, which is very, very sad. I know you know what I'm talking about, and I love it. I love the smile. I'm like, yeah, no, totally preaching to the choir. But it's a great way to say, what are my critical systems, and how bad is it if they go offline? I think back to, you know, there was a compromise last year. It was a little tiny company that ended up giving away everybody's social security numbers. Little tiny $5 million company gave away billions of dollars in privacy information. That should have been something in someone's business impact analysis going, hold on a second, why does this little tiny company have so much data? And there's a lot of those situations where we just depend on this one little widget, and I'll have a comic and a few slides about that. But we have so much stuff that we have to look at and go, this is a critical system. It may seem tiny in comparison, but if this goes down, we've lost the farm. So thinking about that, how long can your operations run before you actually incur a financial loss? You know, if you have multiple manufacturing sites, can you roll your site over to one of the other manufacturing sites, or a production site, or even a cloud site, until you can get your primary systems back online? It's very similar to just thinking about risk analysis with like flood and fire. What would you do if your server room caught fire tomorrow? How would you continue operations? You have to be able to do that from a cyber attack perspective just as much. And then also add in the cost of all your consultants and partners. You're going to have to bring in consultants. You're going to have to bring in your vendor partners to help bring things back online. People don't account for that a lot of the time, and they're just like, well, I didn't realize I was going to have to pay an extra $300,000 to bring somebody in to fix my problems. And I'm like, no, seriously, come on. We all know how this works now. Then your notification costs. Based on our information, we estimate about $1 per person, based on our claims data, about how much it costs for notification of a breach. And that's for your postage, that's for sending out your paper, printing your paper, sending your emails. So it's about $1 per person. So if you have 1 million people that you need to email or send a letter to, that's 1 million stamps. That gets pretty significant. And we know most organizations underestimate how much PII or PHI they have. Dramatically. But ultimately, you know, you do all of this stuff, you think, hey, I'm in this ballpark. Your broker will also be able to help. Carriers don't typically directly converse with our clients until we become their insurance partner. Our brokers are the partners that you would interface with, and they're helping to get your best deal, to figure out who can cover you, who can't cover you. And they're going to know what's best in your environment. They're going to be working with you for extended periods of time, and they know kind of what it looks like from the landscape perspective, and they'll be able to help you confirm that in the long run. Another question that's come up before is, what is a betterment clause and how does that work? So let's go back to, oh my gosh, the server room exploded. And okay, that's covered. And it was a cyber event that did it. Now, generally, you know, we have to see that the cyber event has to occur. So a cyber event has to have happened before betterment can come into play. So let's say you have a legacy system that was taken out by a threat actor. And in order to get it back, you have to upgrade that system. So that cyber event occurred, took it out, and in order to eliminate the vulnerability that was the source of the problem, you have to upgrade. So a firewall is a great example. Firewall goes down, firewall goes out because it had this vulnerability. You need to upgrade that firewall because if not, the threat actor is going to come right back in and take you out again, obviously. If that event occurred and you have costs to upgrade that system or add a new firmware, or you need to buy the new software, that is what a betterment clause is for. The cost can also be incurred to avoid or minimize the risk of the recurrence. So again, you have a certain firewall vendor and you're like, this firewall vendor has been the source of several issues. Perhaps I need to replace it with a different firewall vendor. The betterment clause would come into play to a certain extent. Again, you would look at what your clause covers and doesn't cover and work with your insurer to make that happen. It will not replace an entire manufacturing plant. It will not replace an entire OT system, but it will help in those smaller situations to bring things back online and improve to a certain extent. You're not getting a whole new environment just because of one cyber incident, because the whole cyber incident may not have destroyed everything. So when should you notify your carrier of an event? So there's going to be a notice clause in your policy, and that's the obligation that you have to meet. However, in many organizations, they recommend calling as soon as the incident happens. And that's because you have access to breach response minute 1 in many policies. The second you call, you get a direct line to an incident response team. You get a direct call back from a breach coach. And they're working with you from minute 1, and in some coverages, that's covered from minute 1. You don't have to meet your deductible or whatever reserve to get to that. So you really want to get into that conversation as soon as possible to recoup your losses and to be able to recover from it quickly. You want those breach coaches in. You want that incident responder on time and working with you to get things back as soon as possible. You want that ransom negotiator to be like, all right, what do you need? What are we doing here? You know, because they know and they can work quickly. It's also some costs in addition to that are absorbed when carriers are engaged immediately. And then, you know, all concerning events should be contacted. It isn't like car insurance. You know, if I call and say I have a fender bender, it's gonna raise my premium because I had a fender bender. But it's not always going to directly correlate to a premium increase in the cyber world. And I say that knowing that sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. So it's really, it depends on the severity of the incident as always. But it's also just being communicative is always the best policy, really. I mean, just communicate. How many times do we say communication is the best policy and we all just need to do better with it? So does cyber insurance cover fines and penalties as a result of a breach? What's the cybersecurity answer to everything? It depends. Generally, fines are for privacy and government security violations. Most to data, not to poor hygiene of the environment. And so coverage is tied to the violations of the privacy laws as a result of a cyber incident. Somebody hacks in, the data gets leached, you're now in violation of that regulation. But occasionally, a regulator could require that investigation of that event, and then the policy might come into play then. And of course, sometimes in certain cases, they may actually say you cannot pay your regulatory fines with your cyber insurance. I know there are some international coverages that will not allow you to pay your fines with your cyber insurance. So again, it's going to really depend on your policy and what was going on in that situation. So what can we do better to help our cyber carriers understand our environment, and how do we partner better with them? Because that's really important. We aren't just it shouldn't be an us against them kind of situation, and it shouldn't be just a thing that like you aren't going to tell what's going on and you're not going to have the conversation. You're just going to have once a year, your legal team's going to be like, all right, what do we got to do? Or you fill out the form and then you continue on. This has to be a partnership. It has to be a back and forth in order for both people to succeed in both organizations. What I like to say is that we need to be authentic. I know in cybersecurity we talk about transparency. Transparency isn't viable. What I like to say is I don't need to know where the bodies are buried. I just need to know you have a graveyard and that you're taking care of it. You know, you have a mower come in once a week, you put some nice flowers out, whatever. Just know that you're maintaining the environment and you're continually improving it. If I see the questionnaire hasn't changed in 3 years, or I see the same vulnerability year after year after year, I'm gonna ask questions. I'm gonna be like, what's going on here? And that is going to tell me a story. Whereas if you tell me, hey, we're working on this thing, or we're moving to advance this, or we're changing this thing up, then I have the understanding and we have an authentic conversation. It's really that honest reporting of the environment that we're looking for. And I can't tell you how much more valuable it is to me when somebody is honest compared to yeses, everything's in place, and then I go out and I go, no. Or I just look on Google and I see you got hacked last week and it was this opening, and you're like, no, seriously, friends, come on. So let's talk about questionnaires. How many of us have filled out many, many questionnaires? Yes, we know. Unfortunately, this may be the only insight we get. Please ensure that a cybersecurity person is part of that discussion and is contributing to the answers. I talked to a CISO at RSA this year, and she said she saw the questionnaire, her general counsel had answered it, And she ended up writing a 6-page addendum to the questionnaire about what was really going on. And the legal counsel called her and said, so you're telling me I was lying? And she goes, you weren't lying, but you weren't telling everything that needed to be told to understand what was happening. And I've heard a couple of people be like, well, can't you just come into my environment and look things over? I'm like, I'm never going to be able to plug something in like the progressive car thing. That's just not a reality. Not only because your legal counsel is going to be like, no, that's one, no, because legal is going to be like, absolutely not. 2, why would I put an extra potential vulnerability into your environment? And then 3, with segmentation and authentication to get everywhere, I'm never going to get a full spectrum of your environment in this modern day. So it's kind of a challenge on how best to assess that risk and what can we do to better find ways to assess what's going on in an environment. So really, we want you to be as vocal in those questionnaires as you can. If there's a common space, fill it. Please tell us what's going on. Even if it's, we're working on moving into this direction, or we are moving into this thing in this date, that helps us understand that you actually understand what's going on. That helps us understand where your end of life is. That helps us know that you have an awareness of your environment. And there are many organizations that don't have complete awareness of their orgs or what the important risk profile is. How many times have I heard, I've asked on calls, I've said, so what's going on in your OT environment? And they're like, well, that's a work in process. And I'm like, that tells me that you're not securing it, so that makes me a little nervous. Or, that's on our 2026 roadmap. Or last year, it was on our 2025 roadmap. We come to 2025 and we go, so did you do it? Well, it's now on our 2026 roadmap. Okay. We might want to advise you, or we might want to recommend that you kind of prioritize that because it's going to be a threat profile kind of problem in the future. So please make sure that there's a cybersecurity leader who understands the roadmap and the strategy and fills the comment section with all the details that you and your legal team are comfortable with. I know sometimes they're a bit difficult about telling everything, but there are ways to just say, we're working on this, or we're moving in the right direction, or we have this partnership and we're looking to enable these things. It really does help in the long run. A couple of other tips and tricks. If you have the availability to provide your roadmap on what you're working on in the next year, that's wonderful. A lot of brokers will organize underwriter calls. So the way cyber insurance works is you don't get one carrier, you get what's called a tower. So there's going to be multiple carriers. Whoever gets primary controls the narrative of how everything works with the relationship, but everybody comes to these underwriter calls and you do a presentation on what's going on in the environment, what the revenue looks like, and all of that kind of stuff. If there's an opportunity to do that with your organization, please take advantage of it, because that's a great opportunity to be as open and authentic as you can be within the confines of a 1-hour presentation that we come in, we ask a couple of questions, but it really gives us wonderful insight. Communication, communication, communication. This is a relationship just like every other business relationship, and that back and forth is going to be what's most successful. And then let's talk a little bit about this opportunity called loss control. Loss control, or proactive risk services, or a lot of other terms for it in different organizations, is partnerships that we as the carrier have made with cyber brokers or cyber providers or cyber vendors. And you could potentially have discounts, you could potentially get access to services that you may not have access to that will help improve your environment. So I know at one point in my last role, if I use this carrier and I use their incident response provider as my MDR, I got my incident response retainer waived, which for us would have been a $50,000 savings on annual. And that's a big revenue saver. So then you go, hey, look, cybersecurity saved us all this money this year by partnering with our insurance carrier, and then that's great for everybody. But there's a lot of those kinds of benefits that really do help, and we recommend that you do that. There's going to be other partner benefits, and it depends on the carrier, and it depends on what you want and what you have. Sometimes they're great. Sometimes it's going to depend on your environment, your size, your maturity. You may not need much of them. But there's always probably one that you're like, oh, that's really great. So now for what everybody came for. What are we watching, and what's trending in the world this year? So thanks to one of our incident response partners, I was able to get some insights from this year alone. And so our incident response partner does have a small set of businesses that they work with in a certain business size, but to date, as of writing this presentation, they tend to deal with 3 different areas: forensic investigation, business email compromise, and ransomware. Now you can see 15% of their opportunities are forensic investigation, and that can just be anything from, somebody sent an email to someone and shouldn't have, to somebody is committing fraud, to being part of a business email compromise or ransomware. So in their report, they list off all the different industries that they've had access to working with over in the past 7-8 months. And these are the top 5 that they've come up with by percentages. So healthcare and social assistance, professional technical services, manufacturing, public administration, and education are the ones that have been hit with ransomware this year with this organization as an incident response provider. That doesn't mean no one else is being hit. We all know that a lot of other organizations are being hit. This is just what the data is showing us from this partner and from their volume. That doesn't mean you should forget about it if you're not in one of these 5. Please still be diligent, but it is interesting where we're seeing the cases. And for business email compromise, whether it's a phishing or a vishing or some kind of fraud, we're seeing professional services being one of the biggest, finance and insurance as well, we know. I got an email this morning saying, hey, if IT calls you, it's not IT. Public administration, healthcare and social assistance, and manufacturing as well. Again, this is just this year. This is just through our one partner, but it is kind of fascinating to see where everything is kind of falling out and what organizations are really being targeted. So I'm going to take a second here before talking about our claims trends to talk about the legal and regulatory landscape, because a lot of what we do see is the regulatory landscape and legal landscape being part of our claims histories. So a few years ago, Illinois set up the Biometric and Genetic Information and Privacy Act. Illinois had biometric, and then there's the Genetic Information and Privacy Act. So this basically means if you are using fingerprints or retinal scans or any sort of biometric data and you're storing it somehow, you have to be protecting that data. And if you're not, Illinois is going to come after you. And in the future, if you're protecting genetic data, like certain vendors who we look at family history on, who might have had a breach, they could be fined as well. There was also this law in New Jersey called Daniel's Law. Unfortunately, an individual found a judge's contact information through public info and went to their house and killed her son after a case. So they imported this Daniel's Law, which means that any law enforcement individual or a judge, any public officer, their information cannot be shared publicly in New Jersey. And if you do share it, you can be sued for that. There's also at least 20 and counting state privacy laws, and we're seeing more privacy laws coming into effect globally. So those are going to be taking effect. And then, of course, our fragmented regulatory space. We know the SEC put out regulations. We know that's changing. State and national regulations are changing. And then, of course, our industry-specific things, which are also in constant flux as well, we know. So we watch all of that very closely because those things come in as claims in the future. And so to date, since we've started tracking these different claims, these are the claims histories that we've seen. So for BIPA, which is that biometric one, we've seen 163 claims, which is not a small number. For tracking technology, for your metapixels, all of those things where like Meta puts a cookie in and tracks you wherever you're going, we've seen a large claim volume for that. A few years ago, we know about the Move It vulnerability. Can you believe people still haven't patched that? Fun fact. We've had 154 claims. We thought, and as everybody did, CrowdStrike was going to be a big problem. It has not been as big as we anticipated, thankfully, as well we all know. But we have seen 99 claims to date on that since it happened last year. And then Snowflake happened. We thought that one was going to be a bigger deal. And I think a lot of that was much more, people are going after the individual vendors, which is great. And then CD Global was an auto company. They do the loan many, many car dealerships, but they also do IT services and a whole bunch of other things. That was a big outage. They paid a very large ransom, but we haven't seen a ton of claims out of that either. Change Healthcare, another one we thought was going to be big. It's sizable, but not crazy. And then Daniel's Law, we've seen about 11 claims on, which for a small state like New Jersey is still not a tiny amount. Of course, other things we're paying attention to is supply chain attacks. I think we've all thought that it's just the vulnerabilities in our applications, but really it's even our managed service providers not doing their due diligence. And of course, who doesn't love XKCD? It's kind of the best comic about this, where again, a project some random person in Nebraska has been thanklessly maintaining since 2003 could go down and take the entire business out. And that happens a lot, which is why, again, go back to the business impact analysis, not just for your on-prem stuff, but all of your managed service providers as well. And then it's 2025, so I have to talk about AI for a moment. Everybody's watching AI. I think one of my biggest things that I've noticed is we're still in that governance phase. We're still trying to figure out how to educate our people and set the guardrails. So this is kind of a best practices that I had put together about, watch for hallucinations. Don't use AI-generated images because that can be a legal regulatory problem with media. Be transparent, look for bias. I think next year we'll see. We're starting to see where vulnerabilities are starting to come into play. We're seeing injection attacks happening. OWASP has their top 10 for AI vulnerabilities. So this may not be the slide that I would use for this in the future, but it is something that we're paying attention to because it is going to change the threat landscape in the future, even though AI in many cases is just another piece of software in your environment that you need to protect. So that's cyber insurance in a nutshell. And again, ask me about my quilts. Do you have any questions? Please feel free to use the mic if you do.
Okay.
Oh,
Hello.
there you go.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm the guy with way too many questions. So
Great.
you can just tell me to stop
No, go.
whenever needed. Okay. 3 things. All of these are what makes a bad cyber policy, what makes a bad customer, and what makes a bad DFIR provider, like a vendor.
Okay. So what makes what bad?
So in your opinion, just let's take a cyber policy. So if I'm working with a new customer and they already have a carrier and we're looking over their policies,
Right.
what are things we should be looking for, in your opinion, that make a bad cyber policy?
So in order to get good rates, it's not really about the policy coverage. It's more about, getting good premiums and getting a good coverage. One, we start with purchasable ways in. Are you doing MFA? Because not everybody is. Are you patching your systems? Are you taking care of the things that people are using to come in? And it's not just, we're not going to say you have 400 vulnerabilities. We're saying, do you have 400 vulnerabilities and 300 of them are being actively exploited? So really understanding what's going on and taking care of that kind of stuff. Know where your assets are. Know how you're protecting all your assets. Then when we look at, what's going on culturally in your environment, if you're resilient to an attack. Like if you have an outage that, if somebody tripped over a power cable tomorrow, how would you respond to that if you didn't know it was the power cable? How fast can you recover? That's going to be a very important question that we're going to ask. And then are you managing your vendor risk is another thing that we look at. If you aren't managing your vendor risk, you're going to be in a whole world of hurt, especially now when we all rely on people and people rely on us. So we have 5 lenses that we look at a company under, and those are some of the big high points that I would recommend taking a look at.
Appreciate that. Also, what makes a bad customer? I mean, you kind of touched on some of those things, but how do you know when you're walking into a new customer that it's just all the red flags are there, things are going to go off the rails?
Oh, that's a great question. I think it's going to be dependent on what we're seeing in the landscape. Again, looking at all of those factors, but also if I ask a question and you say none of your business, that's going to be concerning. Or if you think that's not a concern for you and you can't justify why that's not a concern from a risk perspective, that's also concerning. I think if, depending on the size of an organization, if they don't have somebody taking accountability for cyber, that's also very concerning. And then if I see year after year you're not making improvements, that's also crazy. So I have to stop now. But here's my contact information. Should you like to ask and answer any more questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you later. Oh, thank you.
Hey, no, this isn't the MCP time, is it?
No. Full screen is required when presenting to this display. I think. Let's see. No, again not. No. Yay.
Good afternoon, and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas's Common Ground track. This talk is When Attackers Tune In, weaponizing the LLM tuning for stealthy C2 and exfiltration, given by Noah Deckel. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially the diamond sponsors Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors Dropzone AI and Profit. It's their support along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silence. If you do have a question, use the microphone over there. It's ready to go, so YouTube can hear you. As a reminder, BsidesLV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. These talks are all being recorded and will be available on YouTube in the future. With that, let's get started. Please welcome Noah Deckel.
Can you hear me? Yeah? We're good? Yay. So hi, welcome to my talk, When Attackers Tune In, how I weaponized your LLMs into a stealthy C2. So let's start with intros. I'm Noah Deckel. I'm a senior threat researcher at Palo Alto Networks Cortex, and as you'll soon see, a big cat person. You see, LLMs are kind of a lot like cats. They're both amazing and fascinating phenomenon, but when you let them in too close, they might bite you when you least expect it. And these tools, LLMs, not cat, can be fine-tuned into a very stealthy command and control channel, allowing attackers to handle their operations in complete silence. In today's talk, we're going to dive a little bit about how this attack works and how we can actually spot it. So these are some of the key points we're going to discuss today. First, we're going to talk about the threat landscape of adoption and abuse of LLMs throughout the attack chain. Then we're going to dive right into the fine-tuning attack vector and how it works. The road here was actually not perfect, so we're going to talk about some of the challenges I faced along the way and how I was able to overcome them. And then we have a C2 LLM, my POC demo. And we're going to switch our hats right near the end and talk about how to defend from this kind of threat. So this all began as part of my daily role as a threat intelligence researcher. You see, in my role, I look at the entire attack chain. I look for new trends and new ways to detect them. And one of the most prominent trends, we've all noticed it, is the adoption and abuse of LLMs in the threat landscape throughout the attack chain. So first, we have LLM adoption for recon. For example, we have Force Blizzard using LLMs not only to research their potential targets, but also potential technologies. Then, we have a major boom in social engineering lures. Sorry about that. So we have seen a lot of attackers adopting LLMs to make their lures way more convincing, because we all know the Iranian APT didn't just get magically good at phishing. And attackers are really just like us. They use LLM for coding. Whether it's a simple Python loader, a CPP webcam recorder, or a full-blown info stealer, as we have seen on sale in the darknet. But these are all concentrated on the first stages of attack, and it really got me thinking, what about the next step? I mean, how can we utilize LLMs for command and control? I mean, it can't be that hard. All you have to do is get the victim's data, push it into an LLM, and just get the data on the attacker's endpoint. Simple, right? Well, wrong. Apparently, it's not that easy. LLMs have some built-in features and guardrails that prevent it from being super easy. So first, LLMs are stateless, meaning that unless they have a fancy backend, they do not process your request as a stream of requests, but as a standalone prompt every time. And this also works with the API. You cannot actually save data for the long term, and not reliably so. We also have AI guardrails, such as prompt injection prevention and DLP and content monitoring, preventing from attacker to actually siphon any private data from the initial training data sets. And on top of it all, LLMs are pretty unreliable communication channels. I mean, their probabilistic nature makes them answer completely different answers for the same question if it's asked a couple of different times. So you can't turn a C2, an LLM to a C2 out of the box. But I knew that if I couldn't beat them, I can probably tune them. So what's tuning or fine-tuning? LLM fine-tuning is the process of adapting an existing model with your own training data to make it specialized in a specific task or domain. For example, we can take an existing LLM, fine-tune it with medical data, and get your own specialized chatbot. And this is not the only area it's being used. This is like a real-life example. But if you've ever chatted with your bank's chatbot or your specialized TI agent, you've probably encountered a fine-tuned model. So with that in mind, how can we turn fine-tuning, how can we use fine-tuning to turn LLM into a stealthy C2? My idea was rather simple. All I had to do was actually get an implant on the victim station, however you like, collect some data, push that data into a fine-tuning data set, and send that fine-tuning data set to a model to be fine-tuned via the API. Now, as the attacker, all I had to do was log in with the same API key, prompt the model, get the data. Very straightforward, very simple. And in fact, at the beginning it was. This is a view from my first training notebook. And as you can see, my initial training dataset was my string variable and a base64 encoded string. Now, when I prompted it on my attacker's endpoint, which was, to be fair, a separate endpoint, I asked, what is the value of my string to my fine-tuned model? And what I got was the exact same string. So we have a unilateral communication channel, and it works. But let's try that again to make sure it's actually something. And I did. And what I got was not what I expected, because I fine-tuned another model, this time giving the variable the name initial recon var, because that's what it contains. It was a base64 encoded JSON variable with all of the initial recon data you would want as the attacker. And I prompted the model, initial recon data, which was the designated prompt. What I got was a completely different response. This is just general information about initial reconnaissance in OSINT, not my base64. And I tried again. This time I used ChatGPT and not Gemini, and I got even a worse result, because what you see here does not make any sense. It is not intelligible, and even worse, you see that base64 string? This is not my string. It just fabricated a base64 string that meant nothing. It is kind of a JSON, but it's definitely not my string. I was like this cat. I was ready to give up. but I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't. So let's talk about some of the challenges I faced along the way and how I overcame them. So first we have AI hallucinations. We've all heard about AI hallucinations. AI hallucinations happens when a model fabricates information and just states it as true. If you've ever tried to code with ChatGPT and it just started making up functions and libraries and it just crashed your code, well, you've ran into hallucinations. So it can happen from a couple of different reasons. One is noise in your training data, which is not your fault. The other is lack of context in your prompt. And another temperature that can actually help us control it, another parameter that can help us control it, is temperature. Temperature determines how much creative freedom the model has when you're prompting it. So the first thing we did to cope with it was actually cool it down. We set our temperature to 0 every time, making the model rely on its data and not its creativity. The other thing we did was a general direction, which was strive for overfitting. An overfitted model meaning that it has the data memorized, and we're going to talk about it a bit more in the next slide. So, another problem we had was breaking the model's training. Models are trained on massive amounts of data, and on top of that, they are meant to understand your prompts from context. This is exactly what we don't want. We want our model to only rely on our fine-tuning data set and actually to overfit to our data set. Overfitting is actually used in a negative context most of the time because it means that your model is not able to generate any new creative prompts and only rely on the training data, but this is our gold standard. So what we did to cope with this problem was two-pronged. First, we used weird variables. I asked Gemini, of course, to help me solve this problem and create variables that it has no context to, meaning that when I fine-tune my data set and give these variables meanings, it would only have to rely on my data set and not its previous training. The other thing we did was actually increase the learning rate. Higher learning rate is another parameter that when fine-tuned, it will make the data set, it will make the model to actually forget its initial training and override it with your own data set, meaning that the results will be way more reliable. Okay, but we all know that fine-tuning takes time. Our full rounds can take from about 2 to 10 minutes, but we were actually able to cut it in half. How? Well, we used the peripheral parameters we had. Instead of training a model for every communication direction, we would just use the description of the model to send commands back and forth. Here you can actually see the weird variable for exec, open calculator for a Mac, and W8S, which is exfiltrate. I will show you more a bit right now. So C2LLM was actually created to work both on ChatGPT and Gemini, but we are going to show you the Gemini function today. So this is a video I took of, whoop. Can you guys see it? No. Okay. Let's see. Oop. No. Yeah, I can actually not click that. Can you help me get it working? Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's hope and pray it works. Okay, so here we have our attacker's console, or GCP in our case, and a list of existing victim models. We have an ID for each one of the models. Now we're gonna go to our attacker's endpoint. If we are gonna go to the attacker's endpoint. Internet is very weak for us today. Hotel Wi-Fi is better. Let's see if I can get the mouse back to my endpoint. Here we are. And hope and pray, hope and pray. Okay, we are now on the victim's endpoint, and we just generated our implant. Okay, so we generated our implant, we have our victim ID, and we're going back to GCP. We can refresh the page and actually find our new victim model, E5 Recon. Now I'm going to start up C2LLM console to actually show you that it works, and we can actually list the existing models. So I sent the list models command, and what I got here was my new model, Recon. But I don't want to show you one direction, so a few moments later, we have our fine-tuned model. This is the data set. It was used for training. And when I prompt the model for Recon, the Recon prompt, what I get is both the encoded and decoded initial Recon variables. Now, it's cute, but I want to show you the bilateral, so exec calc. Now, my implant is waiting for its next command, and it got it. And right now, it's going to start up calc. So we do have remote code execution capabilities, and the sky's the limit here. Now, we had a bit of a problem with data exfiltration, which is the next part of C2. So LLMs are, of course, textual, meaning that the training data set would also have to be textual. We cannot exfiltrate anything that is binary, right? Well, also, we cannot exfiltrate anything that is more than 4,000 characters, because every prompt in the training data set has to be up to 4,000 characters long. So what we did here was first encode the content. Every file we're going to read is going to be first base64 encoded, or even Caesar's encryption, everything that would help it go textual. And then we're going to divide and conquer. We're going to chunk up our content so it will not pass the 4,000 characters limit, and we can exfiltrate as much data as we want. Now, I am not sure we're going to have the time to show you the other part of the exfiltration, so you're going to have to believe me, and if you want, I will show you the demo later. But what we see here is we have, let's see if I can show you quickly our video. So we are LSing the content, and we want to actually see what's going on the desktop. Now, back on the implant, we were restarting it, but it does have a keep alive function. It's got the ls command, and what it's doing is fine-tuning the content of the desktop so we can query it on our endpoint. A few moments later, we're able to send the ls prompt, and we see important file.txt, and I want to grab it. So I sent the command back to the implant, and we got the command. And now what it's doing is actually encoding the content and sending it for fine-tuning so we can have the data on our own data sets. Now, this is a sneak peek of actually how it looks. We have our metadata part and our encoded content. The metadata contains the amount of chunks we have in the data and the file name, so we can actually print it on our own endpoint. So I send the read file command, and it's collecting all of the prompts, and we have our important file.txt. As you can see, it's a very long essay about the dangers of using LLMs in cybersecurity. Very fitting. So we have our C2 LLM, but why would we even use it? Well, it's kind of cool because C2LLM is very covert. I checked a couple of times, and it just looks like API communications to Gemini or ChatGPT. So we're actually very sneaky here. The other thing is LLMs are actually meant for fine-tuning and fine-tuning massive amounts of data. So our flimsy little data set does nothing to the system. Another thing is it's very stable and reliable. We have LLMs today everywhere. So it's a very stable infrastructure, mostly. It has a great reputation we can hide behind, and it's way better than your sneaky, wonky VPS. The other thing is it's very, very easy to implement. All you had to do is get an API key and a service account in GCP, and I was good to go. Now, you're probably wondering if it's any good with the guardrails I mentioned before, and it is, because we control both sides of the conversation. We have the prompter side, which is the attacker, and we have the attack side, the victim, which is actually the model. So prompt injection scans for the prompter, the attacker side, but our prompts can actually look like anything. Right now we're using weird variables, but it can also be grandma's cookies, which is initial recon. It can be buff war for execution. So our prompt injection scans has nothing on us. Now content moderation checks the other side, which is the victim's content. And we also control the content. Now, we also have the DLP, but I do have to go. So let's just go over our bypass content. And APT28 also started using a very similar attack, but we're just gonna go to our key takeaways. So we do have approaches to detect LLM's weaponizations, but we do not have time for it today, so we're gonna talk about it later. AI made our life so much easier, including when we need to break it. I didn't use any fancy jailbreaks and basically 0 tokens to just think what a determined attacker can do in 2 more days. And LLMs are still vulnerable to weaponizations. I would think twice as a company if I want to insert my specialized AI agents, because there are still many facets we haven't explored in AI defense. And as researchers, we need to look at every facet of LLM before we allow this widespread pandemic, because it's amazing, but it's also terrifying. Well, I'm here for any questions. Thank you so much. I'm gonna, yeah. Thank you.
Just turn that mic on real quick. Good afternoon, and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas's Common Ground track. This talk is Risk It for the Biscuit, crunching the numbers on cyber threats, given by Sean. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Adobe and Aikido, and our gold sponsors, Profit and Run Zero. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silence. If you have a question, use that microphone over there. It's ready to go, so YouTube can hear you. As a reminder, the BsidesLV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. These talks are all being recorded and will be available on YouTube in the future. With that, let's get started. Please welcome Sean.
All right, thank you everyone for coming out. How was the sound? Can everyone hear me? Nah. All right, is that better? Can everyone hear me? All right. Maybe I will just do the microphone instead then. My beard would mute it. It's all right. We can do just the microphone. All right, so not clipping it to my beard is not the worst idea I've ever heard. But thank you all for coming. I know this is not what you probably imagined the talk would be if you looked at the schedule yesterday. But I am happy to be here, happy to be presenting here in Las Vegas for B-Sides Las Vegas. So this talk is all about risking it for the biscuit. I go by Sean. I also go by Adware. That is my hacker handle. It's another story. Ask me after the talk if you want to hear more about it. I am currently a senior security engineer with SoundCloud, and I am also one of the organizers of a little meetup called BurbSec. We are 1,000 plus organization based in Chicago. We have 6 meetups in Chicago. There's a BurbSec every Thursday of the month. It is an incredible community. And I'm mentioning this because I want to advocate to all of you that you should find your local community, that you should build your local community, and that you should be a part of your local community, because it is an incredible, incredible opportunity that we have to be, and to build friendships, and to just build cybersecurity as a whole. So this talk is really just basically what I think is wrong with how a lot of people tend to measure risk. So, to start off with, how do we measure cybersecurity? Or not how do we measure it? What is the point of cybersecurity? What is the point of what we do? It's to reduce risk. It's not to completely eliminate it, because that's probably never going to happen, right? We continually review, we reduce, and we tackle it. But when we reduce it, what is an acceptable level of risk? It's not for us to define, as much as we would love to. It's for the business to define. Only business owners can accept risk. So they can say how much they can tolerate, and you can recommend against it, but at the end of the day, it is their risk that they are accepting, and so it is important that we keep that in mind so that we can further advocate to frame it in a way that they realize how risky it is to them, and to continue to help us improve it. So, when I talk about risks, when you think of risks, what's the first thing that tends to come to mind, right? Are you thinking about social media? Are you thinking about memes you've seen? Are you thinking about headlines and 0 days? But how often are those actually the causes of your problems? Right? Where do most incidents start? So statistically, 68% of breaches are non-malicious human factors, right? They're people writing their passwords on sticky notes. They're people going along with phishing ploys and different things like that. People that don't have any ill will towards your company, just not doing the proper thing. And then if we look at that 68% of breaches, How many of them could have been stopped with multi-factor authentication? 98% of those. But we talk about multi-factor all the time. And a lot of these attacks that could have been stopped with it that you've probably heard of are some of the biggest that have happened in the past few years. Midnight Blizzard completely owned Microsoft. And while there's a lot to go into with that story, with how in-depth Microsoft was breached with that incident, all of it could have been stopped if that one account had multi-factor. Obviously, there was a ton of issues they were doing improperly, but it probably wouldn't have actually become an incident if it had multi-factor. MGM Gaming, that massive hack that happened not far down the street. I'm staying at one of their properties. That attack happened because someone social engineered a multi-factor reset by calling up the help desk. Sure, they had multi-factor enabled, but they didn't have secure policy around how to handle the resetting of it. And if you let anyone reset your multi-factor, do you have multi-factor? Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster was breached because they had a Snowflake account with all of their data, and the parent account for that Snowflake had no multi-factor enforced. It was a service account that they used to sign up for. That was the chief account of it. It had no multi-factor. And so you might be thinking, is this a talk about MFA? No, I just think it's really, really simple. It's something we've been talking about for years, but it's the year of our Lord, our Zorg, 2025, and we're still talking about it, right? So why? I think it's just constantly overlooked, despite it being really simple. And a lot of it tends to be from user pressure, from users saying, oh, I don't want to, it's inconvenient, but you have to explain the risk, you have to build relationships and help them understand why it is so important. All right, so let's reverse a bit away from the MFA and talk about what we're actually going to talk about. So, to understand what kind of risks are present at your organization, you need a couple key ingredients. You need your threat models, you need risk maps for those threat models, you need a list of risk mitigations, and then you also need to understand how those risks can impact your business in actual terms of your business, not just, oh, we'll take down that server. Okay, what does that mean for the business you work at? Just because it takes down a server, that could be basically informational, it could be inconvenient, or it could grind your business to a halt. So, first off, if you want to build a threat model, you need some more ingredients, right? You need a complete inventory, all the SaaS that people aren't telling you about because you can't secure it if you don't know about it. You need all of your data flow diagrams, and you need to understand how your business operates and generates revenue. So, build a map of your tech stack, understand what you have, all of your SaaS, all of your PaaS, all of that new data center that they decided to build in this other country because it was really cheap, but they didn't tell you about it because they know you wouldn't be unhappy. Not a real world example. I just thought it'd be funny. Probably happened, right? We all know it's probably happened. As you build that, you also need to understand a map of how data flows across all of your infrastructure, what it interconnects with, and why does it interconnect, right? If you build out your topology and you have this beautiful map, but you don't understand why it connects here, what it's doing, why it connects there, what it's doing, then if you look at it and say, oh, this is kind of insecure, why would they do that? Well, if you go through and you answer those questions, you might figure out, oh, they did that because they did that 20 years ago, and yeah, that's actually something we should tackle because that's 20 years old, and we've just been ignoring it because it's part of our infrastructure. This is not mine. I stole it off the internet, but I think it is a really golden example of the maximum amount of information that should be on your topology. Yes, you will eventually need more information, but you shouldn't put it on the same topology map. You should build another topology map that's more specific. Because if it gets any more information on it than this, people's eyes are going to start to glaze over and they're going to ignore what you have or just be unable to read it, right? Just information overload, really. So If you need to get more specific, if you need to build more, remember to notate it, build that additional diagram, but don't put too much of it in one place. So, multiple diagrams for multiple levels and also for multiple audiences, because you don't want the same diagram for your data team that you're going to use for your executives, right? Because your executives are going to just see this jargon. You want something really high level for them that they're going to be able to absorb and to take information away from. Ensure that you're labeling your trust boundaries as well as the data flow directions, because data, sometimes it flows both ways, sometimes it flows one way, sometimes it flows 99% just outwards, but there's that one instant, that one thing you connect to that it then flows into your organization with, right? And then as you're going through that, you're going to naturally start to ask questions, because you can't build these topologies alone. You can't build these without the help of your other teams. So you're going to ask these questions of them to help build these topologies, and every question you ask is also probably going to end up kind of being about vulnerabilities, how they're mitigating it. You're just kind of naturally going to start the threat model and figure out what kind of threats you're facing, because that's just kind of how humans operate. As we build these things, we naturally tend to be curious and ask questions. Remember to document all the questions that you ask. This slide is the most important slide. If you ask it, if you think it, write it down and document it so that you know about it later. So, let's talk about threats. What is a threat? Threats are often misunderstood, I think. The threat is the actual event. It is when the thing occurs. It isn't the vulnerability that you have, that's not a threat. It is someone utilizing the vulnerability. That is the threat you are facing. So, in order to build out your threat models, you have basically just 4 questions you need to ask time and time again. What are you building? What did you build? What will you build? What can go wrong with it? And how will you prevent or respond to it if it goes wrong? And then the final question, did you do a good job? And then you ask that again, and then you ask that again, and then you ask that again, and then you get to be a little bit paranoid and you start thinking in James Bond terms. Okay, maybe then you should go get a cup of coffee, go for a walk, because once you think the paranoia is setting in, it probably is. I think especially for us in this industry, we go through the basics and then we start to get a little bit advanced. Back down, after you get there, walk away, come back to it, and start with the low-level questions again. And then eventually, just accept that you might have done a good enough job. So, if I ask you what risks you have, what jumps to your mind? Do you start thinking about versions, open exploits, 0 days that you're still vulnerable to? Those aren't risks. Those are vulnerabilities. Because a risk only exists when you have both a threat and a vulnerability. So if you have a vulnerable version of SSH on a machine, but you've disabled SSH on that machine, it's not a risk, it's a vulnerability. Because if you disabled it, then you don't have both the threat and the vulnerability. So good job, you're already mitigating risks if you're doing that. So to understand impact, I think is also a key part of this talk. Basically, how will it affect the business? Why are we employed? We are employed to stop businesses from losing money, right? So if you understand how your staff do their job, if you understand how your business generates revenue, and if you understand what the impact is of these different events occurring, then you can build a rough understanding of how much money you're going to lose if this event occurs. Because if we can say, I need money to fix this, otherwise there's a chance that we are going to lose $500,000, that's a lot better than just saying, this is really, really bad, and all of these things will happen, and an executive will look at you like, okay, but I don't know what that means. It sounds bad, it has big words in it, but I don't care about big words unless they have a $sign at the start. So, calculating likelihood. I will not talk about calculating likelihood. If you want to learn more about it, you can look up Monte Carlo simulations, you can take statistics courses, you can read how to measure absolutely anything in cybersecurity. But I am not a mathematician. This is a 20-minute talk, so I am not going to talk further about the topic. So you have all those things, you have all those ingredients, all right. So you mitigate them, you make those fixes, and again, you document. You document who owns the vulnerability, you document what is the mitigation that you are applying to it, you document why you are mitigating it in that manner, and then you document when will you visit this again. Because if you're mitigating it, not eliminating it, then you need to know if you need to revisit it, say, okay, is there a better way to do this in 6 months, something like that. So, risk acceptance. If you are unable to accept your risks, if you think this is not great, but some executive is breathing down your neck saying, okay, we have to do this. We can't take this system offline. The business will lose so much money. Then you have to say, okay, but these are how we can mitigate it. And if you think it's sufficient, okay, that's fine. You might not need a risk acceptance. If you do not think it's sufficient, you should tell your executive why in specific terms, write out a lengthy document explaining to them, this is the potential impact to the business. These are the mitigations we can do. These are the time it will take to do the mitigations. This is why I think it is necessary and will impact the business. And then you give it to an executive to sign. You don't give it to a director. You don't give it to probably a VP. You can give it to someone who has the capability to take on risk and ownership for the business. So mitigation is essentially how much you decrease the likelihood or the cost of an incident from occurring. Risks can often be mitigated without being able to be eliminated. Right? You can remove the threat, you can remove the vulnerability. That's awesome. But if you can't do either, you can still microsegment, you can still put guardrails and safety things in place to make it less likely to be exploited or to reduce the potential impact to your business. This is my risk tracker. I title it. I have a description that needs to be specific enough so that when I have time in 6 months from now, I'll be able to look at it and understand what I was talking about when I wrote it. Then you need the impact. How will this affect the business? Not what server will go offline, but how does it affect the business? You need the team that owns it and the contact information for that team, and then you need to notate how you're mitigating it. And then you'll notice that acceptance is still in red, because if you have a risk that you are accepting, it still exists. So it shouldn't be green if it still exists. And then I like to just have that PDF URL, just all the documents, all the tickets, every bit of information that is about that ticket. I like to just fill up all of them, link them into the spreadsheet so I can find them without too much hassle later on. So, at the end of the day, there's always going to be more risks to resolve and more security to improve. So, a lot of this talk is about don't get lost, stay on track. If you get a new 0 day, a new issue, evaluate it, see the impact that it will have to your business, and say, if I have other things that are more impactful, more likely, put it on your thing, don't ignore it, but put it below what you're currently working on. Because if you constantly get distracted by the latest 0 day, you're going to end up building better locks while leaving your safe completely open. So, here are some really great OWASP resources. I recommend everyone check it out, but there's also plenty of other resources about that, and I think that is just about our time for the talk, but we might have 1 minute if anyone had any questions on it. Oh, and if you could use the microphone.
Thank you. Very, very great talk today. Thank you. I have a question on risk acceptance. So, can you give me an example when it? So, for example, if you're working on something where, say, the CRA, right, the Cyber Resiliency Act, and you have a bunch of things to ask your other teams where you need a lot of funding, and they say no, this is not a business need. Well, I'm just taking a hypothetical example, right? Say they say no, it is not. How did you approach on actually having a written consent on accepting the risk? And say if it didn't work out and it actually fell off, how did the repercussions of that work out? worked out in your company?
So if it is a legal requirement that we have something, then I just go up the levels of executive, and if the executives continue to push back, I go to the lawyers, because the lawyers speak executive a lot more fluently than myself, and I am extremely privileged to be in an EU-based company where if I get the lawyers involved and they start using words like GDPR, then people actually might take action.
Yeah, I think I took a horribly easy example. For example, inventory control that you had in the first one, threat modeling, right? Where you want to ask all your product teams to have the inventory in place. You could have it as an SDL control, but the teams are just not doing it because it's not a priority.
So I was just given the stop sign, but you can ask me after the talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Alrighty, good afternoon, and welcome to B-Sides Las Vegas, Common Ground track. This talk is from interview questions to cluster damage, adventures in K8's cluster shenanigans, by Amit Serpa and Travis Lowe. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially Adobe and Aikido, and then also Formal and Drop Zone AI, as their support along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your cell phones are set to silence. If you have a question, use that microphone just in the middle so YouTube can hear you. It's on and ready to go. As a reminder, the BsidesLV photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in frame. These talks are being recorded and will be available on YouTube in the future. Feel free to move to the front so we can accommodate any more audience members. With that, let's get started. Please welcome Amit and Travis.
I think that's yours. All right. You have no idea how much appreciation I have for all 9 of you. 10 that came to our talk. So thank you so much for being here and for taking time to hear us rant. All right, let's begin. So welcome to our talk, from interview questions to cluster damage, adventures in Kubernetes cluster shenanigans. Next slide, let's go. So why are we here? You know, when we're talking about what the internet is like today, I always like to go back to the old adage that the internet is a series of tubes. I think it was said by a congressperson, and which explains a lot. But today, in today's world, when we're all doing cloud and magic and running things on other people's computers, when we come to think of it, everything eventually has Kubernetes behind it. So the internet is actually a series of cubes. There we go. Or the way that I like to call it, as a person who, and you'll soon learn about it, who does not come from a background of Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a series of YAML-induced headaches, and we're going to talk about that too. So,
so the origin of this talk is, turns out one day we were just sitting there talking about interviews that were upcoming and some questions that we wanted to ask the potential candidates. And it went from that's a good question to what would happen if? And that's how we ended up with this talk, is it was just a bunch of what would happen if? So if you came to this talk looking for like the coolest exploits or 0 days or anything along that nature, you're in the wrong room, because we're just going to be talking about what-if scenarios within a cluster, so there's nothing exploity here.
Yeah, so for the obligatory, who am I? So I'm Amit, I'm the guy with the weird name. I work at CrowdStrike, I do security research, focused mainly on where Linux and cloud meet together, which is usually very shady places. I've been doing this thing for nearly, or over rather, 20 years now, which says a lot about my sad state of affair. And I'm actually not coming from the world of cloud computing and Kubernetes and all of that. I'm a low-level Linux guy. And I'm proud to say that Travis made me respect Kubernetes. These are my socials if you're interested. And yeah.
So I also do research. I've been in cybersecurity for about 15 years, but I came at it from the other angle. So when he's all the low-level Linux, that's not really my thing. I am much more at the higher cloudy level. It's more fun. It's more fun. But I also made this guy like YAML.
Lies.
It's true. It's true. Go for it.
Yeah, so I actually saw this meme not long ago, and I thought it's really appropriate for this talk because, you know, I definitely need therapy, but this is my house, like this is in my home. This is my Kubernetes cluster. This is my big giant ass server in the basement that has 2 power supply units and is the sole reason of my very high electric bill. It's also a 15-year-old server I got off of eBay, so it's very, very inefficient. Yeah, so, you know, that's me.
Skipping forward. I've embraced mini PCs, so I don't have the huge power bill. But I too also run a Kubernetes cluster at home because why wouldn't you?
And we're doing great, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get a little more serious as much as we can. So why are we here? So Kubernetes is this over-engineered beast that has nothing to do with running at people's homes and running like 4 containers. It's completely stupid, but you know, we did it anyways. But Kubernetes is, as I said, it's very complex. It has tons of components. It has the API server and the scheduler and the controller manager and like all of these things that are always making sure that all of the workloads in your cluster run. So it's constantly looking at what's going on your Kubernetes cluster. If a container crashes for some reason or a pod goes down, it will immediately self-heal and it'll fix itself. But because it's so complicated, it's also like security can be a pain in the ass when we're talking about Kubernetes because you have RBAC configs and you have like service accounts that you have to make sure that they're configured correctly, and network policies, and and secrets management, which there's a cool demo over there. And there's like so many things that are happening all the time in your cluster, and it only means that there are so many things that can go wrong if you have like a wrong configuration or someone is doing naughty things inside your cluster. So we're going to talk a lot about that, but in order to like have a common ground, hardy har har, I'll let Travis introduce you to some basic terms in Kubernetes.
Yeah, so before we begin, I have a question for all of you. At all of my talks where I talk about Kubernetes, I always do a primer first just to make sure everyone's level set. Quick show of hands, who knows what a replica set is? Okay, it's getting more people, so we'll have to stop doing this soon. So we're going to go through a quick primer. For you Star Trek fans, this is not a Death Star, which I've been told this kind of looks like. This is actually just paint primer. So here we go. So a quick overview. So Amit mentioned, you know, there's the control plane. There's just all of these different components that are core components to it that help with all the automated things to make sure everything is at the state that you want. There's a lot that comes into it. So when you first install Kubernetes, there are like 66, I think, default primitives that exist within a cluster, and then you get to add more as you expand your capabilities. We're not going to talk about all of them. What we care about today is just a few things. So let's kind of break this down from the outside in. So on the upper right, we have an internet request that comes into a load balancer, and then it talks to a service within Kubernetes. That service is just an object that helps route traffic to the pods that exist. The whole thing that it does is make sure that it goes to the right pods, because pods come and go. And a pod is like the lowest level of a Kubernetes compute that it manages. Anything below that is a container, which the container runtime handles, and containers get associated with pods via the kubelet and a few other things. A pod can exist inside a deployment, which is basically an organizational structure that says, I want 2 pods, 3 pods, 4 pods, and Kubernetes will go through and make sure that you've always got that state. If you just have a single pod running and it goes down, it's not going to come back, and that's what a deployment helps do, is make sure that it's being managed so that it comes back up again. All of these things exist within a namespace. You can think of a namespace as just like a big organizational unit that exists on the cluster. It doesn't actually exist anywhere in the cluster physically outside of where it gets stored into a database. It's just more of an abstracted organizational unit. A pod can actually have more than one container as well. Typically you'll see a 1-to-1 ratio with a pod and a container, but depending on what's running on the underlying cluster, you may have like a networking sidecar for like Istio or something like that that's helping proxy traffic around the cluster. You may have security monitoring tools, you may have a logging capability. There's all kinds of different reasons why you might have more than one container in a pod, and that's just because they share similar Linux namespaces as they spin up. You know, back to that low-level Linux that I don't like. From the container runtime perspective, you'll have this orchestrator, this agent that exists on the node. And you can think of a node as an EC2 instance, or a virtual machine, or a physical server. That's all a node is. And it joins the cluster with the help of the kubelet, which is just a binary. It's like the agent for Kubernetes that runs on the cluster. And its whole thing, outside of making sure that the node is up and healthy and it's reporting home the way it's supposed to, is it talks to the container runtime to ensure that the containers that are supposed to be running on the node are actually running. I mentioned earlier that a namespace is kind of this weird abstraction for just an organizational unit, and this is what it looks like when you start scaling up a cluster to 2 nodes. So you'll have a namespace that kind of exists ephemerally across all of them. Same thing with the deployment. It's more of just a definition of how you want state to be. And then here, in this case, we have 2 pods on one node, and 1 on the top node, because we've defined that we want 3 replicas at any given time. So if one of them goes down, it'll spin up another one. It may or may not be on the same node. If the node goes down, Kubernetes will reschedule it and move it where it needs to go. Switching gears a bit, let's talk about service accounts in just kind of more of like an RBAC point of view. In Kubernetes, a service account is a who. A role is a what, and then you need a role binding that says these 2 go together. So if you're familiar with AWS, the role is basically like an IAM policy, and then the service account is just an entity, basically. But without all 3 of these working together, the service account is going to exist, but it's not going to be able to do anything. So when it needs to talk to the Kubernetes API, it's going to get access denied. Another primitive in Kubernetes is a secret. It's, in my opinion, a poorly named object in Kubernetes because it's not really a secret. Probably most of you noticed that the username and password there look very familiar, and they are base 64 encoded, and that's it.
Encrypted.
I'm sorry, yes, you're right. Encrypted. So anyone who has access to the namespace and can read the secrets, or anyone who can just read secrets across the entire cluster, has access to these secrets. So a lot of times in mature organizations, you'll see vaulting get used, so like HashiCorp Vault or something like that, instead of secrets. But in smaller organizations, secrets, unfortunately, they're misnamed, but they get used a lot for storing really sensitive information. And so here, you know, we've got admin decoded, and then whatever I picked for the password down there. As we talk about this YAML and break it down a little bit, we'll notice on line 5, the kind is secret, so that determines what the object is. So when you have a kind of pod, your YAML is going to be defining a pod, so on and so forth, for all of those 66 primitives, plus whatever you add. The metadata, where it says name, MySecret2 is actually the name of the object. It's the friendly name that is going to appear when you're talking to the API server. And then on line 9, we have namespace is dev, which is commented out, but this secret would actually get deployed into that namespace. And so that's kind of like the typical schema that you'll see at a real high level within a Kubernetes cluster for all the YAMLs. Yeah? what is the type? So there are different types of secrets, and it just affects the behavior of it, basically. And so this is a config map. So a config map is something that you would see. Let's use the example of an Nginx or an Apache web server, because that's what everyone runs when it comes to Kubernetes, is web servers. A config map would basically have your web config. So if you consider what goes into config files typically, in this case we've got a game demo, the likelihood of having a secret in here or something very sensitive is pretty high as well. And again, this is just plain text, so anyone who has access and can read these config maps can see those things. That namespace organizational unit can be thought of as a really soft security boundary, and you'll see a lot of Kubernetes admins say team A has access to these 4 namespaces and team B has access to these other namespaces, and that's how they prevent people from cross-contaminating. But it is just reliant on Kubernetes RBAC. There is no other control that goes into place there. So you're basically one layer away from, oops. All right, your turn.
Yeah. So I forgot to mention, we're going to ask questions. We very much would like you to participate. There are very lucrative prizes right here. We worked very hard to source them. It was 2 separate Amazon orders. One arrived to my house, one arrived to Travis' house. We had to transport them here. Yep. And yeah, so please participate when we ask questions, or else you won't get it, which is a shame, because we'll have to carry it back. Okay, so let's talk about Kubernetes security and visibility for a second, because it's kind of a big deal, and it's also kind of like complex. So as I said in the beginning, I'm a low-level guy. I'm like an IDA guy, let me reverse engineer things, binary patching, vulnerability research, that's my jam. And I wasn't really feeling the whole Kubernetes thing until I had this like sort of like a eureka moment. I was like, wait, what if I will think of Kubernetes as a distributed operating system? Because like operating system, like low-level research of operating systems is kind of my jam. So what if I like just do like this sort of a head fake and look at Kubernetes as a distributed operating system? And at least for me, the moment I started to think and view Kubernetes like that, things started making more sense, for me at least. So as I said, Kubernetes has like tons of different objects and primitives, and all of these things work together. Even if you take Travis's example of like a cluster role and a cluster role binding, and like all of these, it's like 3 different things that have to like connect together. So all of the visibility into these things can be like sort of cumbersome and difficult. There's also like the runtime side and the control plane side, which are supposedly connected, but they're not really, because when you are running a pod, this pod is running a container on an operating system, on a Linux machine, and it has all of the Linux machine stuff that comes with it. So you need to have visibility into what's happening on the runtime side, on like what the Linux machine is actually doing, which is like more of like an EDR-esque way of looking at things. But there's also everything that happens on the control plane. All of these objects that we've mentioned before that are interacting together, you know, millions of times per minute sometimes, depending on how big your cluster is. So think about how can you create a visibility for something, even if you're a security product, like how can you tie these 2 things together? And this is often not an easy task. Clusters can hold many secrets. And as Travis mentioned, secrets are not really secret unless you're working on making them secret, which adds even more complexity to things. And we'll, you know, there's a really cool demo that we're going to show you about that. Also think about the fact that clusters, they run a lot of workloads, they're connected to a lot of places, especially if you're like fully in the cloud and like things are connected to your VPCs and to your network. Sometimes even like a workload like, I don't know if you know it, WordPress, have you heard about it? Sometimes it gets vulnerabilities. And I mean, think if there's like a vulnerability in a WordPress or some other workload that you're running, and this pod happens to be connected to a whole bunch of other resources in your network. And again, it could be like a network in the cloud, like a VPC or like your organization. It can add like even more issues, and it can actually like pave the way for an attacker into your organization just by exploiting like a shitty WordPress site. So all of these things, we need to keep them in mind when we're talking about visibility and monitoring. Another thing that I kind of like about attacking clusters is that all the attacks are new again. So all of the stuff that we like massively scanning ports on a network, like, yeah, let's scan like a /16. So like it's relevant again within a huge Kubernetes cluster, because there is a lot of like sub-networking that happens inside a cluster. So suddenly old tools that we almost like forgot about them, or like things that are like, you know, just a gigantic Nmap scan is like, yeah, okay, let's do that, or mass scan. Like it's relevant again. And as I said in the beginning, like security products, a lot of them, they will tell you that they have good visibility. They'll tell you, we have complete visibility into your Kubernetes deployment. Many times they don't. Many times they will show you what they can. There are many different ways of collecting that data from a cluster. It's not always trivial to tie everything together. Again, as I said, you have the control plane, you have the data plane, or the runtime side of things. Tying these things it's kind of complicated. So once we have all of this information in mind, let's begin with why we're here for actually. So as Travis said, we're interviewing a lot at CrowdStrike. We're interviewing a lot of people, and there's a part of our interview that we do where we just ask like sort of like free-form questions. So okay, we asked you like all of the knowledge questions that you should know or not, but then we're like, okay, let's play a game. How would you like completely fuck up a cluster? Like you have a working cluster and you want to do something really bad to it. How would you do that? And like again, there are no wrong answers. I mean, there are, but like we mostly want to see like how you think. So this is the part where you can win a trophy and a medal. So we would appreciate participation. So let's say that you're an evil hacker and you have cluster access and sufficient privileges to the cluster. How would you keep the cluster from running and recovering broken or new pods? Now, why are we asking this question? Because if we are like role-playing of like role-playing in like this game where you're an attacker, when you want to see what's happening as a defender in Kubernetes, you might, as an admin, want to either exec into pods. So if you're not familiar, think of it as like SSHing into a Linux container, but you're not really SSHing into it. But that's basically, you're getting a shell on your container. So you'd like to, as an admin, you'd like to like exec into the pod and see what's running, or you would like to spin up a new pod or a new container with some security tools on it. And we, as the evil attacker, we want to keep these things from happening. So what would you do? So I would like to welcome you to a game of reverse DevOps Jenga. So it's basically like, what parts can we remove to get everything to fall down? Because in Jenga, it's the opposite. So I'd also like to talk to you a little bit about DNS in Kubernetes, because it's a complicated hate story. So Kubernetes has a thing that's called core DNS. And core DNS is everything that's in charge of DNS inside the cluster. Now, the thing about a Kubernetes cluster, which is kind of a cool feature, is that when you're inside the cluster, you can like everything. You can do everything with DNS. You don't need to know the IP address of a container or a pod. You can just address it by DNS. And also, the kubelet, the component that like talks to the API server, also uses that. So everything uses DNS in Kubernetes. So sort of like a single point of failure. So let's talk about a DNS resolution flow real quick. So a pod makes a DNS query. So for example, you have my service. The query goes to the core DNS pod. So what core DNS is just another container that runs in a different namespace, the kube system namespace, where all of the important Kubernetes stuff is. And it's just a pod that does DNS things. You would send a query, core DNS checks its internal records, and returns an IP address, like DNS. And all of that is happening in the context of an already running pod. So what happens if we take down DNS? So let's do it. The immediate impact, if we cause DNS inside a cluster to fail, would obviously be that new DNS queries from pods will fail. So if you have a workload that needs to resolve some host name, be it inside the cluster or outside of cluster, well, it's not going to work. Obviously, existing connections will remain unaffected, but eventually DNS resolution timeouts will occur, and new requests are going to fail, or they're going to take a lot of time until they time out, which is also kind of annoying. A default DNS query timeout in Kubernetes is about 5 seconds. So if things fail, things freeze for 5 seconds, which is a lot of time. And then it's like sort of like a cascade of failures that come after that, excuse me. Pods will eventually retry DNS queries based on their configuration, and configuration varies, obviously. But eventually, you'll start getting errors, and things will stop working. Obviously, some applications have some sort of like a DNS caching mechanism, but eventually things are going to fail. Like that's how it is. It's annoying, but it's not a complete disaster. So, for the first question, what if the admin wants to start a pod with a new container? So DNS is down right now, and an admin wants to start a pod with a new container. Who wants a trophy and a medal? Don't embarrass me. Yes. You mind using the mic? If we're embarrassing you, might as well like do it with a microphone.
Does it work though?
I think so.
Okay, good. So first of all, the container it needs to pull the container from somewhere. So it would address some service that will pull the container.
Okay.
And if it doesn't have, I don't know if it just knows what that service is or if it needs DNS to do that.
It needs
already.
DNS. It needs DNS, and core DNS is down.
So what will happen is it will just fail and be in a loop until it starts.
Well, it's not the right answer, but you get you participated, so it counts. Yeah.
Like a half medal.
This is yours. Another contender. Yeah, but I mean, it's sort of cheating, right? You want to use like kube control command to like spin up a new pod. So like, any guess? Will it work? Will it fail? That's cheating again. You get a trophy, though. Okay, we're going to start running out of them, so yeah, here's more. Okay. Oh, wow, look at, wow, everybody wants a trophy. Yeah, you first, sorry. Do you mind using the mic? I just can't hear you. And whoever's going to be miserable enough to watch that video afterwards won't be able to hear you.
Yeah. So if the admin wants to start a new container, a new pod.
Closer to the mic.
Sorry.
Yes.
Is it going to be in a, it was more like a question, is it going to be in a like an inconsistent state where it can't obtain an IP address? No?
Sorry. Give this guy a trophy. Okay, last one and we'll move on.
I think you could be able to create the pod, but not the container, because you don't have the new address for the container to actually be built, I think.
Close, but no cigar. Okay, we'll continue. So the thing is that it's actually going to work. And the reason why it's actually going to work is that when you're pulling a new container, whoever is doing the DNS resolution is the kubelet that sits on the node. So it's using the DNS that's configured in like the, I don't know, like /etc/resolve.conf on that node. So it's not going through core DNS. So it's actually going to work, which is like, but wait a minute, I just took down core DNS. Like, why will it still work, right? It will work. You'll be able to pull a container. So the kubelet, as Travis mentioned, is just this binary, this agent, this Kubernetes agent that sits on the node and configures it and manages like DNS resolutions for inside and outside. It handles a whole bunch of things. It injects the cluster DNS settings. It does a whole bunch of things where it manages the cluster and everything about it. So, but when you are doing DNS resolution on behalf of the kubelet, when you're pulling a container, it will resolve through whatever DNS is configured on the host. But let's go back to breaking stuff. So let's continue talking about like a clustered denial of service. Let's break DNS. So again in the setting of an interview, this is like a cool answer we'd like to see. So a thing that's important to remember about DNS, about Kubernetes, sorry, it always tries to self-correct. So if something falls, it will make sure that a pod crashes, it will reschedule it and rerun it. If some service or deployment dies, it will again try to rerun it, because that gigantic list of objects that you saw earlier, they're all tied to each other. The API servers and all the core components are always trying to make sure that whatever it is that you defined in that horrible YAML, and YAMLs are terrible as like a broad statement, whatever you defined in your YAML should always work, no matter what fails. So we're basically trying to force things to fail. So what in that case we'd like to do is we'd like to patch the core DNS daemon set in Kubernetes to basically say, I am only going to provide DNS services for nodes that have a certain label to them. So a label is like a tag. You can tag things or label things. And you can actually run a command like that one here. I don't know if you can see can you see my pointer? No, you can't, because it's the other screen. Computers are hard. So if you run this command, what it's going to do, it's basically going to patch the core DNS daemon set and tell it, hey, if a node in your cluster doesn't have this label, in this example, I just call it like non-existent. So if that label isn't attached to a node, no DNS for you. So again, this is a feature of Kubernetes. We are not exploiting anything. There's not a vulnerability. It's just something that you can do. So in that case, you won't have DNS on your cluster. So at that point, we were like, yeah, that's how it works. That's how Kubernetes works. Sure, we're security researchers. We've been doing this for a while. We know what we're doing. And then we wanted to model it in a lab environment so that we'll have a video and screenshots for this presentation. And then we realized that we're wrong and we don't know what we're talking about. Because even when we patched the daemon set, DNS kept working. And if before I had 3 core DNS pods running, I thought I killed all of them. I thought they're not going to work. I always had one pod that was there and was still working, and I still had DNS even though I patched the daemon set. So why would you listen to me, right? So then we're like, okay, that is not enough. Patching and patching that label in is not enough. We actually need to do that, and we also need to edit the replica set of core DNS and make sure right here where that gigantic arrow is that we're scaling it down to 0. So now, even though things are supposed to work and spin back up, they're not going to spin back up. Again, feature. There's no black magic here. But imagine doing that. Sorry, and I'll just finish this sentence and continue. Imagine that you're a Kubernetes administrator or a security guy, and you have to figure out why are things not working. And again, it's a million different objects. It's a million different things. What do you look at? Where do you begin? Is it maybe it's like something with the node is wrong, that it's not resolving things? Maybe it's something else. So this is why visibility into your Kubernetes cluster is super important, because if someone wants to make you experience a really bad day, or he wants to cause you to have a bad time, it's fairly easy and straightforward, and it's almost part of the thing. So once we knock DNS down, a lot of other things are going to fail as well. So kubeproxy, which is the component that's in charge of managing all of the proxied connection in and out of your pods, that's gonna fail as well, because there's no DNS. It can't resolve the IP addresses to the pods that it needs to service. So now you have another thing that's falling down because a previous thing is falling down. So it's Jenga when you're bad at it. So in this screenshot, you can see that me, as like an admin, I am trying to run a pod with the BusyBox image because I want to get a shell, right? And I just want to spin up this pod and do something. But things are not working. I'm getting like weird warnings. Like there's no DNS. I can't connect to anything. This host name, Kubernetes Service Local, is actually the API server, the host name of the API server from within the cluster. So that even is not resolving. So like you're going to have a really bad time. And trying to trace back what originated it and why things are not working, unless you have really good visibility, you're just going to have a bad time. So how do you prevent it? So just like everything with Kubernetes, proper RBAC hygiene. So make sure that only people that need to be a cluster admin or have the ability to affect things in the kube system namespace have them. Make sure you have some mutating webhooks that monitor critical components, and Travis will go into that as well. And obviously, good monitoring. And like just writing good monitoring here and just telling you to have it, it's like, you know, it's like, hey, it's your problem, it's not mine, right? But it's really, really important that even if you go and you go shopping for a security product, you need to make sure that it's really monitoring all the right things, or not whatever the vendor is trying to tell you that they're monitoring. You have to make sure that this is happening. You know, again, we work for a security vendor, and we're trying to, we're working on making sure that we have good monitoring. Okay. Travis Lowe.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a question for everyone here. Whoever gets to the mic first. Well, I'm only going to do one because we are ticking away at time here. If you wanted to exfil data from a cluster, how would you do it? You can get 2 trophies. It's okay.
Yeah, I'll try HTTP proxy, I guess.
Okay, yeah. That's one way. Trophy.
Trophy. Another medal too?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm not fair.
Yeah. So one of the things that we discussed during our setup was using webhooks. So Amit just mentioned mutating webhooks. Let's talk about what a webhook is, and then how you can use them for kind of like a persistent data exfil. During the admission process, when you submit your YAML to a Kubernetes API server, it goes through authentication, authorization, then it goes through any mutating admission. So it looks at that kind. So in the case of like a secret, it looks for the kind of secret, or a kind of pod, or whatever it is that it wants to mutate and change, and it'll apply a change to your YAML for you automatically behind the scenes, and you won't know it. This is really helpful in like Istio, so like a service mesh or something like that, or security tools. The admission control, the admins can basically say, hey, always apply a security tool to every new pod that comes into a cluster. That way your developers don't have to mess with it. They don't have to try to integrate with it. It just magically happens for them on the back end. It's really handy. It's really helpful. For an attacker, it's a really easy way to exfil data. What slide was I on? Moving on. Okay, so in our scenario here, we have a malicious webhook that's going to exfil data. So at point 1, you have your developer who makes a request to the Kubernetes control plane there in the center. We've got a rule, a validating webhook at the bottom that says, hey, validate all new secrets. Then step 3, we configure the validating webhook to kick all of that traffic to our helpful, handy listening web server that the attacker controls. 4, the response comes back from the web server, and then it goes through the rest of the admissions process where it goes to step 5, was it allowed, was it not allowed? If it was, it gets written into the persistent data store for etcd, which is like the Kubernetes it's like the source of truth for Kubernetes. If it's denied, it goes the false path. Either way, it goes back to the user to let them know, hey, your workload was admitted, or no, it wasn't. This is what a validating webhook looks like. The only lines that we really care about today are the ones that are big and green. So we've got the URL of admission.jellyparks.com. So we have a listening web server at this external location. And then any new resource that gets, any new pod, config map, or secret that gets created on the cluster, the line right above where it says resources is operations, create, and update. So anytime a new workload gets admitted, anytime a new secret gets created, or anytime a new config map gets created, it's going to send all of the definition file to the admission.jellyparks.com. That way it can be validated, and then the response will come back, is it allowed, is it not allowed? So as an attacker, if you have sufficient privileges, you could create this webhook and let it sit there. Maybe people will know, maybe they won't. So let's go to a demo. Oop, let's try the computer here. There's the mouse. Hooray! Oh, this is going to be fun.
Space, just hit space.
Yeah. No, I'm just going to have to highlight and talk at the same time. Is it going? It's not going. We got it. Go team. Okay, so right here we have our admission web server. Basically, we've got a /validate route where we're listening for post requests. And then we've got the UID, which is like the key for the request that we need to be able to return to Kubernetes. We're going to just print some things. If it's a secret, because that's what we care about right now, we're just going to print it to the terminal because this is just a demo. And then we're going to return, hey, it was allowed a 200 with the UID. That's all we're going to do. So here we've got our Python server that we start. So now we're listening. On the next tab here, we've got a very similar definition that we just talked about, where we go to admission.jellyparks.com/validate. And then we've got the operation that we care about is create, as well as what resources we're monitoring for. This has already been applied to the cluster. So here in a second, we are going to delete a secret and then create one. So we're going to delete and create. Maybe. There we go. So it says it's been created. And then if we go back to our web server, we'll see that we've got the secret printed out as well as the data. So anytime a new object gets created in the cluster, it's just going to go. So it's a real sneaky-ish way to exfil data from a cluster. Bring the mouse back. Man, computers. So how do you stop this?
No. The thing is still visible.
Oh, the thing is still visible. Thank you. Questions?
I wanted to ask, will this also, is a secret created in the same way also when you create a pod with a service account?
Yeah, absolutely. So in this case, the webhook was looking for new pods. So any new pod definition that gets submitted, anything in that manifest would be exported out to our listening web server.
Yeah, but the manifest doesn't have the secret.
Correct.
Like
You're
the
talking about the
secret
service
just gets
account
created.
token?
Yeah.
The service account token, no, that wouldn't be there because that gets mounted as a volume in the running pod once it spins up. Yeah, so that wouldn't be there. Okay.
But isn't it easier to just run TCP dump or something like packet capture on all start a pod with the capability to?
You could if you had access to the underlying node. You'll run into a lot of certificate problems, so you'd have to export all of those certificates so you could unpack all the traffic and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're also inside one specific node.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you wanna look at everything that happens all over the cluster.
Yeah. So this would be cluster wide. So for TCP dump, you'd have to be in every single node.
Yeah.
So you could do it absolutely. Yeah, it's another way. Yeah. So prevention around the webhook. Healthy RBAC is the key thing here. Do your webhooks change in your environment frequently? I'm guessing they don't. In most environments, they don't. So you could have a noisy detection to monitor any change to those, and then just ping your Kubernetes admin to say, hey, did you make this change? It's a really easy win, and it gives you that extra layer beyond just relying on RBAC. And yes, cyclists do have to stop at stop sign. They're just like cars. Okay. So,
I would skip the
yeah, we're gonna skip this one. How would you enumerate a cluster? The anticipated answer is someone was going to say they were going to use mass scan or in-map or something along those lines, or use kubectl to interact with the API to say, show me all of the things. That is true. It's a way you could do it. But you can actually do it with as little as one API request. Kubernetes has a huge ecosystem, and Kubernetes admins, monitoring teams, networking teams, they install a lot of helpful applications so that they can monitor the health of the cluster. By default, a lot of them aren't necessarily the most secure, and so we're going to pick on one here called KubeCost, which is responsible for monitoring costs of workloads and tying it to a cost center, basically. All right, so we've got our Python application here. It's just going to make an API request on our behalf. So we're going to deploy it out to the cluster, and then we're going to let that go, and it's going to spin up. And it's going to be initializing here. Yep. Okay, so in here, we've got on line 12 the API for kubecast. This isn't just any API. This is actually the Prometheus API endpoint, which monitoring teams use to monitor the health of applications. And then we are going to format through the data and print it out to the screen in a really handy, friendly way to us, basically. And we're just picking on kubecast here. There are lots of other applications that have the same exact problem. Basically what it comes down to is when you install a Helm chart, they don't put security around these endpoints because they just open it to the cluster. And so with one single API call to kubecast, we have information about all of the load balancers, we have information about all of the nodes in the cluster, and we also have all of the pods and what containers are in them, as well as what namespace they're running in. From a forensics point of view, from a responder point of view, this is nearly invisible because we're not talking to the Kubernetes API, we're not making hundreds and millions of requests to the network to say what API endpoints exist here. We're making one API that blends in with normal traffic. Let's go back. For open ports, so kubecast will happily tell you what services are running and where they're listening on. Other applications like Istio, they'll dump that information as well. Argo has all that information as well, and a lot of them have open Prometheus listening endpoints. The big fix here is network policies. You can think of a network policy as a firewall rule around your workloads. Most of the time, those aren't deployed by default in Helm charts because the application owners, the maintainers of those applications, they don't know your environment. They don't know what teams need access to the data, so they just leave it open and up to you, which is kind of like an ethos of Kubernetes is it's up to you to secure it. And so again here, it's up to you to secure it. You need to ask yourself though, who manages those rules? Because it's a political battle inside your organization where no one wants to manage them. Okay, that was like a speed run of the last little bit there. Any questions while we have some time left? And then please remember, rate us 5 stars. Oh, to stop, you'll have to come up here and ask us questions.
Thank you so much for taking the
thank you.
time. Yeah.